Apply Texas Advisory Committee. We do have a pretty full agenda today. If we'll go ahead and start by going around the room and discussing ourselves, introducing ourselves. See, it's Friday morning, so it's been a long week. Introducing ourselves. See, I was going really good until just now. Introducing ourselves, and then we do have a few on that are calling in as well. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge those as well. Thank you for your words. I'll just go ahead and start. And my name's Melinda Carroll, and I'm the Senior Director of Enrollment Management and Registrar at North Central Texas College.
Good morning, Rebecca Lothringer, Executive Director of Admissions, University of North Texas.
Hi, Christine Gann, Sam Houston State University.
Michelle Walker, Director of Admissions Operations at Texas A&M.
Hi, this is Sheila Gray, and I'm Associate Director of Undergraduate Admissions at Texas Tech University.
Good morning, I'm Drew Canham, Vice President for Student Success at McLennan Community College.
Nicole Mancone, District Director of Admissions and Records, Tarrant County College.
Joy Frazier, Associate Director of Undergraduate Admissions, the University of Texas at Arlington.
Pooja Malapati, Student Representative from UT Arlington.
Candace Appleton Kuntz, Texas Christian University.
Lisa Hernandez, Angelo State University, Assistant Director of Admissions.
Mike Washington, Associate Director of Admissions, University of Texas at Austin.
Tim Brace, Apply Texas Team Manager, and I have Rebecca Kinsey back here from the development team.
Jane Caldwell, Director of Student Support at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and I have a staff member over here helping get things, handling all the logistics, Deanna Foose. Thank you.
And then introduce those that are on the phone. We'd like to acknowledge you guys.
Hi, this is Connie Garrick at Lone Star College.
Hi, this is Melissa Gallion from Lamar University.
Hi, Matt Hibbard, Vice President of Student Affairs and Enrollment Services, South Texas College.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now we'll go on to review the minutes, and I know there were some changes. Jane, I don't know if you want to.
You should have a copy of the minutes in front of you, and there were a few minor things that I just want to let you know about. On page 2, in the center section dealing with the speedy workshop, the 1, 2, 3, 4th button down had Sean, but not a last name, and I believe that's Sean Cargo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that will be corrected. On the next page, in the center section where it indicates Matt's observations, the third bullet down, or the first bullet, the third sub-bullet down, is corrected to say undocumented students are not Texas residents until after high school graduation. So the phrase U.S. citizens is pulled out. And he has confirmed that that last button there that says an institution must, that is correct. And then in the next paragraph, the last 3 words are correct. So that right now in what you have, they should be highlighted, and the highlight will be removed because it's as it is correct. If you turn to page 6, on the proposed changes, number 2 was move the demographic questions to later in the application. That actually was accomplished for the 2017-18 application. So it is correct to be here in that we did have it and had a discussion about it, or it was mentioned. But as we go forward with the list of proposed changes, that will not be on the list anymore. And that may, one more. I need everyone's help on page 8, item F. Is the second sentence correct where it states, under the August 1 starting date, fall 2016 applications were generally complete and turned off before the 2017-18 application cycle was open?
No.
Okay, then that sentence needs to come out. Because what I was trying to understand was the previous line that says having it open for 2 fall terms is confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So we already have it now with 2 fall terms?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll remove that one line. And with those changes, if anyone else has any changes to suggest, let me know. Okay.
Does anyone else have any changes for the minutes this morning? If not, could we have a motion to approve as amended by Jane's current?
I move we accept the minutes as amended.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. The minutes will be adjusted per Jane's instructions and approved then after those changes. The next thing that we want to do this morning, we've had some discussions at some of the past Apply Texas meetings concerning a couple of different topics, one being dual credit and one being international applications and opportunities for changes or uses for those across the different schools, 4-year and 2-year. Although we've discussed this and brought this up a couple of times, we really haven't moved forward yet with what we would like to see. What changes we'd like to see in order to be able to implement something for potentially the next cycle. In order to get them on the proposed list, we wanted to have a discussion this morning to really talk about what exactly are we wanting to do or what we would like to propose that we would do in order to add these to the list for Applied Texas changes to be considered at our next meeting in December. We're going to divide it up into two topics, dual credit and then international. What we want to do is take some focused time to actually go through and discuss exactly what has been proposed, what the needs are, and then make some suggestions that we can add to the list. Please keep in mind that right now we are not looking at new applications. Because of the upcoming legislative cycle, we're staying away from new applications. So we're looking for solutions that we could do within the current existing models. So I'd like to, with that, let's start the dual credit conversation first. If someone, and I don't remember who originally brought this up, I don't know if it was 2-year or 4-year, but if someone, Lisa, good. If you want to give us just kind of a summary of the start of the discussion, and then from there we'll look at some opportunities for change.
Sorry, I was just saying it was a 2-year that brought up the discussion, the initial discussion.
I know that 2-year have requested it. I think we also have some opportunities for 4-year as well. So if we were going to be looking at, and maybe the 2 years could start, if we're looking at the dual credit right now, what is lacking from the ability to process a dual credit application that would be of interest to add for the 2-year schools?
I think, if I may make a couple of statements, we're not talking about creating a dual credit application, right. But what changes are needed to the 2-year application or the 4-year freshman application that would make it work better for identifying and collecting what is needed, or identifying what is not needed for a dual credit student that might be skipped if they log into that report or that form and then we're using it to apply for dual credit enrollment.
Also, in your packets today, you do have copies of the application for freshmen, and then I think this one was the 2-year, for 4-year and 2-year, and then the 2-year applications in there as well, so it'll help you actually be able to compare back and forth.
The yellow form is the 2-year application, a sample of it, and the green document is the U.S. freshman application. It might be easier if we ask people of things that they think a dual credit student or an applicant for dual credit doesn't need to include. What parts of the application are not relevant for those students and could perhaps be skipped if we were able to identify the student applying for dual credit.
Right. And is it correct right now, and I'm sorry, I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage because we don't have a large or very large dual credit population. Right now, we use the current, 4 years use the current freshman application, and then 2 years we'll use the 2-year application. So what we're really looking for here is what could we change, move, turn off on an application that could then be designated, if you're doing dual credit, these modules maybe turn off. For instance, I imagine we don't need extracurricular activities for dual credit. So that would be something we could say that could.
Income, any of that income information.
Well, haven't those been places optional now for the institution? Yeah, so the institution can turn those off.
Can you turn it off, though, for only the dual credit and not turn it off for everyone else?
No.
That's
Right.
the problem.
That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
With the 4-year. That's the problem with the
Right.
4-year.
And we've got 6 different, we have about 6 different dual credit populations of different various, anyway. They
And
all,
for Lone Star, we're okay with the current application that's being done for our dual credit.
So you're using the 2-year application and it's working for you?
Yes, although most of ours will come through our own application, but the ones that do come through Apply Texas, we're not having any issues with it.
The 2-year application looks to be pretty succinct. I mean, I don't know that, it doesn't appear there's anything on there that you'd want to remove. Could the 4-year school use the 2-year application as a dual credit app? I mean, it seems to have what you'd need.
I don't know, our only issue is with, we've got 8th and 9th graders trying to fill out the application, and sometimes it's hard enough for a high school senior to navigate through the language and the terminology in the app. And so when you've got 13 and 14-year-olds trying to fill out this, that's where we run into. I mean, we have trained dual credit coordinators and college access folks who are out in the high schools and helping students, but it's still, especially when you're talking about 13 or 14-year-olds with parents who didn't attend college, and they're trying to navigate residency questions, and they're looking at it and going, I don't know what domicile means, I don't understand. That's where our hang-up is, the actual information and how the student, the responses and mapping it over and whatnot. We're able to classify those students and map them directly to our dual credit programs based on them identifying as dual credit. That's not the problem. It really is just the language of the app where they get hung up. It's not the content.
And specifically the
This is
residents.
Melissa Gallion from Lamar, and we have a large dual credit population, and just really do not seem to have any trouble with our dual credit students using it, particularly now as being able to take out the sections that we don't want them to fill out, like the extracurricular. We've had a lot of luck. Residency continues to, it gets the most. All students, not just dual credit students, seem to stumble or have problems, occasionally with us being able to identify them. We seem to be able to do that very well using the 4-year app.
I think the struggle our students have is that when we had it turned on, it was that first question about dual credit. Are you seeking dual credit? And some students that were enrolled in dual credit that were coming in as high school freshmen would say yes. Even though they weren't seeking to do dual credit with us, they were doing dual credit somewhere else, and that was confusing them.
And we turned that question off for that reason. It just did not work for us, and we do it through a custom question later.
Excuse me, Melissa, are you saying your institution doesn't use the question that was designed to identify dual credit students?
Correct. It just caused more problems than it helped.
She turned it off and did
We
it.
struggled.
Because we use it.
I think we struggled at least 2 cycles with trying to get that language right. I don't know that we haven't gotten it to the point that it works for everybody and for every student and for every institution. I think we have other ways of trying to find out once they start an app, even if they, no matter how they answer that, or if the school doesn't use that question, we have ways of trying for us to know that they're credit.
Kim, I don't think it's by any fault of that. I think it's just we're talking to high school students who really don't understand the lingo sometimes. And even we would, as someone else just said, our freshmen would check dual credit because they still don't understand it either. I don't think it's any fault of the language. I just think people don't understand what it means.
Are you going to ask?
So you think that no matter what the language was, they're just not quite sure what the dual credit means for them? Is that what you're saying?
I think so, and certainly we could write a paragraph and explain it, and if they bothered to read it, they might understand it, but I think that's just adding a lot of bulk.
Yeah, that's what we tried the first year. We had a paragraph, and they didn't read it, so.
Tried to get it from a paragraph down to.
They're not going to. It's one sentence.
Hey,
One sentence.
Melissa, what's your custom question that appears to be working for you?
Don't make me lie, but I'll look it up while we're doing it.
Aren't you in your office?
We could borrow it.
Don't you know this by heart?
It works.
I use every application out there right now. I don't remember it, but I will get it. I will get it for you.
For us, related to dual credit, we also have issue with terminology and the difficulty of questions for our students in high school trying to answer, especially with residency. So I don't know if that's really dual credit specific on the application, but just young people trying to answer some of those residency questions are tough.
And it doesn't really all pertain.
Beg your pardon?
It doesn't all pertain to the dual credit student, or it needs to be. It doesn't necessarily pertain to the dual credit students in the same way, and so I think.
And
you
I
have
think
to-
that's part of what we're trying to do now is now the whole residency question with regard to dual credit is being looked at by other people with a deeper knowledge of residency than we have here, so that we really can't go there. But if we can identify things that are definitely not relevant to them, that could be skipped if they identify themselves. Again, the key is that they identify themselves so we know what they should or should not be responding to.
Well, and I normally don't complete the application. I do occasionally, but I did go in and complete the application. And what you have in front of you is the submitted application, but I do have the copy. And just in looking at it quickly, as far as the screenshots as I was completing the application, I'm not so sure that there's things that really need to be removed, because I was looking even at as I was completing the application, there's the section about previous college attended, and many of our dual credit students now are going to multiple schools, so we need to know that information. So that, I think it's more terminology, and if residency is being reviewed, then I think that's excellent, at least from my institution's perspective, because we are using the question. We opt in to use the question, which has helped. However, I think if our students were out there, or our high school students were out there doing it by themselves, not that people are doing it for them, but we have people leading the computer labs or the high schools trying to train them. I think if they were doing it on their own, by themselves, they're going to get confused about the terminology. So I don't know that, at least from my institution's perspective, I don't think things really could be removed, but maybe defined in a different way for dual credit or restated. Not really the first question, but the things within the application.
And I agree. And Lone Star's the same. We have a lot of counselor, advisor-led days where they do applications in labs. So they are there to answer questions.
Would it help for us to, it sounds like with guidance, it can be better, would it help for us to put together some kind of a set of guidelines that the counselor could use in talking to students about this terminology? Or do we assume that maybe the counselors know more than we do about what this terminology is? But is there any role that we could play there that would be helpful to counselors, you think?
I'd just like to know, Nicole, if you have recommendations for changing the words. I mean, I don't know if you've talked with students and there are particular words. I know they have trouble with of what state are you a resident. They think resident means where you living instead of a legal resident. I'm not sure how you define that for them, but maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any specific recommendations, and I might next year. We actually on Monday switched over to Apply Texas being our primary application. We're moving away from our Ellucian Active Apply since it's no longer supported by Ellucian. So Apply Texas is now our full-time application. And so I will probably have more feedback, at least in a semester, about how students are handling that. Although the residency questions are exactly the same because we took our residency questions from Apply Texas when we built the app 4 years ago. But it's hard because for a lot of our dual credit students, they are doing it with the counselor. So I don't know, and our campuses deal more with the dual credit one-on-one than our admissions processing area does. And my hope is that the counselors are well-versed enough in it to walk them through it, but I can't speak to that. And we do have we did have some cheat sheets for the early college, high school groups and whatnot about how to answer residency questions. But the first one trips them up. Will you be in 36 months prior to graduate? That trips them up. I mean, and they get confused right from the get-go. So then moving forward, it's just and it all depends on the student and what their experience has been. You know, have they been in Texas 4 months? Have they been in Texas, all their life? And they're like, I don't understand these. My parents are Texans. Like they've lived here for 40 years, and I've lived here for 18 or 13 or whatever, and they don't know how to answer these questions because they're just thinking, I've lived here all my life. I don't understand. I'm a resident. So I don't know that I have any really good suggestions on how to reword it, but.
Now, that verbiage comes from the actual law. So are we at liberty to change that? Okay.
The 36 months?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Well, that's statute.
Yeah, and domicile, I mean, we can't.
Right, and that's where it gets
with
hard
that word too, but yeah.
But Jane, you said that people are looking at this now.
Yes.
So, coordinating board, I'm assuming coordinating board people? Coordinating board people. Look, I just assumed some sort of people, Christine, are looking at this now, every day. So outside, and so we know that that's being reviewed at the moment, and we are going to be constrained by the legalese of residency.
Right.
But we know that's being looked at. So outside of residency, which we're hearing loud and clear seems to be a lot of the confusion, and I definitely can understand that. It kind of sounds like the rest of it seems to be working. Is it really just the residency?
Can I just add something? Because I, again, don't normally fill out the application. I mean, I do. I mean, I'm responsible for it. And I completed NCTC's application and opted in as a dual credit student. And I'm not going to go any further in residency, but I am going to just do the side note about that. It does not ask you the 36-month questions if you say that you are dual credit, and even on your basis of admission. you're selecting dual credit because it only lists two. It either lists dual credit, receiving both high school and college credit, or early admission, college credit only. That's what it actually says in the dropdown. So just sidebar, I know we can't go digress much more about residency, but it does not ask the 36-month.
So it skips that
It
part.
actually skips that portion because we've identified, I'm assuming within the tree of residency, it skips it, but that doesn't really help the student in understanding the rest of the questions after that.
Yeah, this is Matt. I agree with Melinda. A number of years ago, Tim and his team engineered that in the back, and so that was designed as those filtering questions up front to direct the student to the appropriate residency area. And then, yes, I agree. I think it was Rebecca mentioned it is the residency section that's a little bit difficult, and just the way that they have to answer those questions.
Right.
I guess I have a question. If it doesn't ask that question of dual credit, then how do you know which of these students would be House Bill kids?
House bill pertains to people who've graduated from high school and then.
It's how they fill out their profile.
Yeah.
And where they were born, and that kind of directs them appropriately. So there's some logic that's there, but there's a lot of areas where students get tripped up.
Yeah, but the House bill is a graduation, so if they haven't graduated yet, they couldn't officially be.
Well, no, they wouldn't be categorized that maybe right now, but when they apply, or if they apply to come, and we've already categorized them as residents based upon something else, then I guess that's just my thought.
So you don't
on
have
this
them fill out a
question.
new application when they try to continue?
We would.
Oh.
But it would be in conflict, and a lot of it is, a lot of it imports from an old application, and not that it should, but, so we redid, and we did a homegrown dual credit app, and we're not even asking the residency questions, which is a no-no. Sorry.
Okay, again, we don't want to go, there.
But ours was because they didn't want to do that full application. All of the high school populations complained about how long it was going to take, and so.
But it sounds like it may possibly be maybe the four-year application that has sections that like the extracurricular or employment or the scholarship questions. It may be that that's where we could make it easier for someone who is interested in applying for dual credit courses.
So Melissa, you mentioned that you have that module turned off. Is it turned off for all of your applicants, or, because I don't think there's a way to just turn it off for dual credit?
Did you say module, or are you talking about the question about
The
dual credit?
the extracurricular, that section, because that's one thing, and we may have lost Melissa, or if she's talking to us, she's on mute.
Right. I can tell you that the extracurricular, you opt in for that for each application type, but in the example of a freshman, there's not a dual credit. You're using the four-year freshman, and so when you turn off the extracurricular, you turn it off for both dual credit and the regular. There is
That's what I was
nothing that
thinking.
gives you a toggle that says turn it off only for dual credit students.
So
in the example of Melissa and I don't have the dual credit question turned on either for UT Arlington, so there would be no way for me to say at that point, we're not using the dual credit question to determine that they're dual credit. We're using a custom question.
So my next question was going to be to Tim. One of the suggestions we could make was if we could, by that question, the answer to that question that isn't being used, if we could turn off a section. If it's dual credit, then you can opt to have this turned off, but you're not using, why is UTA not using it? Is it the wording? Is it?
I believe it's the wording.
The wording. Can anyone, I mean, I guess that's one of the things we could say is, can we come up with a suggestion for different wording?
So how are you identifying your dual credit?
Custom questions.
Yeah, well, please share. If everybody's turning it off and using custom questions, then, yeah, we need to reevaluate and see if maybe we can make those, what y'all are using as custom questions, the question to help.
Or if it's that you need multiple questions, do we need to add another question related to dual credit? I don't know if it's both the wording and we need extra information. So I think the schools, it'd be really helpful to hear from the schools that do have a large population of dual credit students, especially the four-year schools. I know we use the question, but like I said, I think we had 6, so it's really not a huge population.
Yeah, Sam Houston doesn't use it.
You don't use it either?
Population.
Oh, but you don't have a population?
Yeah, so, and we also turned off the modules for extracurricular and employment, so ours is going quite well.
Tim, do you have any sense of what % of the institutions have turned off those particular modules?
I was just trying to see whether we have that information. I don't know, and we can have turned off the modules, or I was thinking of the dual credit thing.
No,
I don't know. We can find out. I don't know that we have off the top of our head that kind of a,
Okay.
for four-year institutions,
well, either.
that which institutions turn off the modules that are not required, which are what, extracurricular
Was
activities.
anyone using the dual credit question?
Yeah.
That'd be my question. Is
Me too.
anyone
Okay.
using?
Well, yeah, they're.
We do, and it maps directly to and it imports into our system, it maps directly to our early college, high school, or early high school program code that we assign those students.
Any four-year using it?
There are, yeah. I just randomly, because I go in and look at apps or start apps on various institutions, and it comes up quite a bit. It would be, I can't guess as to what percentage of schools use it, or what percentage of 2-year versus 4-year and stuff. I imagine 2 years use it more, but it comes up, it pops up immediately, when you choose an institution, and there are quite a few that do use it.
Could we get that information for the next meeting?
Probably.
Yeah, I want to say if we could.
We used it for a little while, we just had to turn it off because it was causing more problems than it was helpful in our.
Was this the revised question, the more
It was the
recent
one
one?
last year,
Okay.
yeah.
So do you have a custom question as well?
Nope, we did our own in-house.
Oh, you did a separate.
Okay.
Because I was thinking it would be, one of the things we might ask is if the schools that do have the dual credit population who are not using the delivered dual credit question but have their own, it'd be helpful maybe to see the questions that you're using, and that might help us identify the wording that's common, that potentially we could change the delivered wording to meet the needs of the applicants.
So this subject might get a lot of traction on the listserv. Put it out there. Because Tim can tell us who's using it, but really it's the people that are not using it, why they are not, and how they're using it. So if you pose that question, I guess,
Would all 2-year schools, how many 2-year schools actually accept dual credit applications? Is it most of them?
I would guess the
Pretty
most.
much all of them?
They should
So we at least have an idea of who doesn't, based on who does and who's left, for 2 years.
The bottom line is that Apply Texas was not designed for dual credit students, and colleges have started using it for that purpose. That's how we got in this mess. And so the question is whether we should make some declaration that this application is not to be used for that purpose and get people to use their local approach.
No, I wouldn't want to do that because just this fall was the first time that we ever had a separate application. This has been Apply Texas since 2007 or whenever, I can't remember, it was around there whenever we actually went and moved forward with using this as our primary application and not having any other online application other than this. So I would not want to do that. I would rather, in my recommendation, if we did send a question out on the listserv, provide the question, because I know we've surveyed, I believe it was last year when we sent out a question on the listserv about those that actually used the question and why you didn't opt in or why you chose to do that. Many institutions, just because everybody has a lot going on, didn't realize there was this option or had forgotten about the option. I would say we need to make sure that put the verbiage out there about what the current question is so they know what is being asked to be able to better answer the things that we're asking for, if they're using custom questions or not, just put it all out there. Because some schools may not, either the ones that are answering the response, to the question on the listserv, may not know that they're using it or not sure about what the functionality is.
Well, and is there the possibility to make that or include an editable text field on that for institutions to include additional language about dual credit or early high school or what have you? Because I know when, going forward into the next page, there's the MSAD page. We've actually included language there now about how the MSAD is our Associate of Arts degree. So if you're looking for Associate of Arts degree in this drop-down, pick MSAD, because our students aren't looking for MSAD, they're looking for Associate of Arts, and it comes across as multidisciplinary now. So would there be a way to make some kind of editable text field for institutions that are using the custom question instead of the Apply Texas question to maybe front load that and start using the question if they can put their language in there at that point?
What do you think, Tim?
Then everyone would have their own dual credit question?
Well, or at least an ability to include their specific information about dual credit there. If they're looking for if there's a reason they're not using that custom question because it's not grasping the students they need to, or their students aren't answering that question appropriately, they can at least provide information of how that question should be answered.
So let's
Instead of a custom question, but you can at least have the opportunity to put a little explanation there about, hey, here's what we're looking for here.
Yeah, sort of like on the essays, we can include our own instructions on how to submit them. You're talking, maybe include some special instructions.
Right there by the question.
Good idea.
I think let's do this for dual credit. Outside of residency, which we hear, let's put something out on the listserv and ask those institutions who are not using the delivered question to give us the wording for the question that they are using, so that, and we'll ask for it in time for the next meeting, so we can compare the language that comes back in, see if there is either like language that we could use, or let Tim and his team have time to see if there's a way to actually include with the delivered question a text box or an area that would allow the institutions to put in their specialized instructions for dual credit. And then we'll have that for the next meeting so that we can look from there to make recommendations to be considered.
Yes, so that we can make the decision next meeting.
Because next meeting is when we'll make that's our final list of here are the things we want to investigate for changes for the next cycle.
Would it be helpful to ask the people that aren't using it or their ideas on what would make it better that they could use their regular application for dual credit? Because that's our case, and I think that I would love to be able to just use the other application and not have this.
Major is probably another thing that we don't necessarily need, and test scores.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Major
and test scores.
and test scores.
Okay, so I think that's good. So we'll ask we'll have two questions. We'll ask for suggestions on changes that would allow institutions to be able to use Apply Texas for dual credit. I'll put a caveat out there about residency is already being considered and reviewed. So outside of that section, what else? And then we'll ask for institutions who are not using the delivered question, if they'd share with us their wording for their question, so we can try to look for like language or the potential for the text fields. Sound good?
Yes, and this can be also brought up at TACRO. If we are going to have an Apply Texas, if we put out a message to let them know to bring their questions and thoughts to that session, so that we can collect from everyone.
Or hot topics.
Or hot topics, yes.
I haven't seen the presentation agenda. I don't know if it's out yet or not. I assume there's an Apply Texas, although.
There is an Apply Texas.
Okay,
at
great.
TACRO.
So, good idea. And we'll have that meeting before the next meeting.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the app fee is the other thing that was kind of important for us, because the application fee.
Oh.
So I don't know if there's any way we can make some adjustments with that. That would be nice.
Do you charge a different fee?
We don't charge a fee fee for our dual credit, but we
So-
do for our freshmen.
Are you using a custom question to informally tell them not to pay?
Well, when we were using the Apply Texas application, we were telling our students and the high school counselors, they don't have to pay, but they were paying, and then we were spending lots of time refunding. And that was one of the reasons we decided to not use it, because we were working harder.
Is that the case for most, too?
No, we give them specific instructions and we walk them through it. And part of that is to select fee waiver at the end.
Okay.
But if that was another, I don't know if we consider that a module, but if that was another module we could turn off if the student answered, if we could get to a common dual credit question, and if that could be the trigger to turn off different pieces of the application that we don't need for dual credit, potentially that could be one that we could turn off for dual credit. Well, you'd want to be able to select yes or no, because we do charge for our dual credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd want to be able to opt in or opt out.
I know.
I can't help you there. Okay, so do we have, Tim, yes.
Just FYI, and David Muck is here from the development team.
Hi, David.
And David just ran a report that shows that 22 four-year schools use the dual credit switch and 28 two-year schools use it. So I'm guessing that's about half of the two-year schools and maybe a third of the four-year schools. So it's about 50 altogether out of 130 that use the dual credit switch.
So that sounds like we do have a large population who are not using it. And I think, Joy, what you said then about bringing it up at TACRO would be a really good idea, because I know from the listserv you don't always catch a lot of people. So hopefully we'll get the people there at TACRO and be able to have a conversation. Because that's a bigger group than I thought for 2 year that wouldn't be using it. Okay, do we have someone who wants to put this on the listserv? Because I'm terrible at putting things on the listserv.
I'll do it.
Thank you. It's Nicole.
Nicole, would you mind running it by me before it goes out?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I would suggest in the very first sentence that that the Apply Texas Committee is trying to decide on a new dual credit verbiage question. That way that they know that their input is actually coming to the committee. So
Yes.
that
No, that's a good comment. And thank you, Nicole, appreciate it. So our second conversation that we have had in the past, at the past few meetings, are discussing the international application and changes to that. And Christine was nice enough to say that she was going to do some work for us in comparison to see what is out there now.
I threw something together. No, basically the conversation was the questions, and a lot of them do actually come down to the residency. But the questions that came up on the 4-year application versus the questions that came up on the 2-year. So I think this is a lavender color piece of paper that you have in front of you. It's basically this question at top is the 4-year and the rest are the 2-year. And then on the back is the residency information that comes up. I don't remember how this question came up, but it was actually better that I didn't remember because I just blindly went through it. My suggestion for the international application to be open to 2-year institutions for them to be able to use in order to capture all of the international population and the questions regarding the visas, IELTS, and TOEFL questions.
Because I think the original discussion came from 2-year with concerns about international and not being able to get the answers that you need using the 2-year application.
Yes.
Right, because the citizenship, it's really on the 2-year app, it's just to determine, it's more of a residency question really than an international question in terms of, if it says, if you're not a US citizen, it just basically says, well, then what basis do you have to be here, really? It's not anything related to visa status or anything like that. It really is just, okay, if you're not a citizen, are you a permanent resident? Are you an asylee? Are you a refugee? And that's really your only option there. So it's
2-year
not,
app.
it's not a an international question.
Right, and then on the 17-18 cycle in response to that, so because I believe some institutions were either using custom questions to try and determine what type of international student they were or what type of visa they held, and then, I believe some were using a separate application depending on their population of international students, or also sending additional, basically, more questions to the students through a visa questionnaire, depending on if they said none of these, then it doesn't give the student an option to even list anything. And I believe on the 17-18 cycle, now the student can elect to select any visa type,
Yes.
including those that don't allow them to domicile. And that was our problem before. And I believe it was brought up primarily by two-year institutions. Because again, this is similar, in my opinion, to the dual credit problem or concern that we have. The two-year application initially was, I believe, set up as the first, since two-year institutions weren't using Apply Texas initially or the common application, it just, I think, tried to encompass everything and make it as common and as, simple as possible. Not that it wasn't remembering international students, but it just didn't focus a lot on that particular population, in my opinion.
I did a comparison of, I was given a list of data elements for each of our applications by the Apply Texas folk, and I did a comparison for the dual credit, get my mind in the right thing, for a four-year international application and the two-year application. And the main things, and that's what this, what is
Orange, the orange one?
Gold. The gold piece is about, and there were three types of things that seemed to stand out. One was the question about TOEFL or IELTS, so language skills and having taken an English test. So that question does not appear to be on the two-year app. One had to do with identifying a representative who could be shared the student information. I don't know how important that is, but again, it was something that was in the four-year app, but was not in the two-year. And they have the name, phone, address, email, and title.
We actually added that last cycle.
Yeah, it's new to the
Yeah, that's new.
four-year.
That's new to the 4-year. Yeah.
Okay. The third set had to do with the funds, and it really is relevant if the student is trying to get an F1 or J1 visa to come here as a student. And again, I don't know if, to what extent, I assume this is relevant to two-year colleges as well as four-year, that if you have an international student coming here, they need to be on a F1 or J1. So those are the kinds of questions that are missing from the two-year application that I could identify. And if the move were to add an international module to the two-year app, these might be the kinds of questions that could be added there. Or as Christine talked about, is it possible to open the application, the four-year application for two-year institutions? So.
And so I'll pose that to Tim for IT. I know that you said prior to the meeting that there's only a few questions that would need to be added. Can you give your opinion on to which one you would rather do?
I think we'd have to delve a little more into what it is you'd want. I think opening for two-year schools to use an existing four-year app as it stands, it would be difficult. It would be, there'd be a lot of work have to be done on the admin site, since you can't do that. I think just take a look, kind of what we're doing now, which is what is it you really want, and then we can see what the best solution is for everyone. I think if you take a look at this handout that came a little bit late, Sarah put together another kind of comparison for us. And one of the things that's handy is right up front, you see the different sections of the app or modules in the app that compare. And I think what you'll see is that the TIER app has residency, which the International Freshman app does not. There are a couple of optional sections that the TIER app has that the International Freshman does not, awards and honors, employment. And then the International Freshman has test scores and preliminary visa that are not in the TIER app. So setting aside test scores for the moment, really the difference is that the TIER app has residency and the four-year international has preliminary visa, and the other does not have that. Other than that, the information is basically the same. There are a few, if you look at the little bit further on the biographical information section, there are a few, page 2 says that there are a few questions on the bio information for the TIER app that are not on the International Freshman app.
Those of you who have phoned in, I apologize that you don't have copies of these. We just got it when the meeting started, but we will send you a copy of them as soon as during the lunch break. Sorry, guys.
I have a question. Our international admissions brought up a point in the past year, and I wonder if anyone else sees this, though. People have a difficult time determining from the outset which application to complete. And I wonder if there's any way, I mean, I'm looking at the test site, so it could very well look different on the actual site, but I'm not sure it does.
Not that part, not that section.
Is there any way that we could try up front to clarify some of that so that they might make a better decision, from the beginning, so we're not moving apps back and forth that are domestic and international and, all that kind of, I just wondered if anybody else was having that issue, if it's just us.
We really haven't seen that issue.
I think we used to see it more. We don't see it as much now. I don't know what changed, but we used to have it a lot more. I remember transferring them back and forth, but I don't think we see it as much. But now we also process all applications in the same place, so it may be that I just don't know as much, because we just take care of it. If we had something at the front, it really isn't the front of the application. It's more in directions when you go to choose the application. We have a directions page that probably no one clicks on to read, but there is a directions page that we probably could add wording in that directions page that would help international students. My next question would be, does everyone's definition of who fills out the international application match? Because I don't know that we all match. Yeah. Who processes an application, who processes permanent residence, sometimes are a different office than domestic. It just depends on the processing at the universities, I think. The question was, can individual schools add anything? Is there a place at the beginning of the application or in the directions page?
Where you're selecting which application to complete.
No, there's not a place right now. There's not anything right now, but is there a way that when the students are going in to select their application that universities could add directions to that portion individually, not an overall directions?
What do you mean by select their application?
Pick the 2-year or the
4-year.
Well, at that point, we don't know.
International or domestic.
Well, the issue is right there, at that point, you don't know what institution. They have to choose
right.
what type of application before they ever choose the institution.
Yeah, and I
That's the way
think
it's
it
set
would
up.
get hard for a student, if one institution, they're providing an international app, and then another institution, they're providing a domestic app, it's going to get real confusing to the student. We do have to flip them back and forth occasionally, but I think with the information that's in the app about 36-month and 12-month rules, they're getting it right most of the time. We don't move from domestic back to international as often as we move from international to
Yes.
domestic.
Right.
Because they just simply didn't understand they qualified, but.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not. It looks to me like on this 2-year, 4-year, or 2-year international app question, it appears that adding test scores and preliminary visa information to the 2-year would be beneficial. And that seems like it would be fairly simple as well, since it's already built. What do the 2 years think?
For Lone Star, we ask a lot of other questions, and we use our own currently. We don't hardly have anybody international that uses the Apply Texas for us.
Because we don't have another online solution, I would have to say it would help, but I would have to see over time how much it would help by adding those two things.
So do we want to, are there suggestions we want to put forward at this time to consider or to put on our list of potential changes? Would one of those be to add these questions to the 2-year to have its own module? And we could actually pull from what we were talking about with the dual credit a while ago. If there, I don't know if you want to have a question that says are you international, yes or no, and then that turns on these specific questions, because I don't think 2-year probably wants to add preliminary visa to every application. But that could be a potential that we could look at. And then you just have, as Jane said, an international module that can be turned on based on their answer to a question.
Well, if they answered no to the, are you a U.S. citizen, at that point, you could, in addition to the questions currently asked about, are you a refugee, asylee, or whatever, the domicile type questions, just have, if they say, I'm not any of these, here's all the other stuff. Because I'm with Melinda in that our other option, other than Apply Texas, is a paper app.
Right.
And our numbers have steadily increased, and we're starting to recruit more, and we're talking about adding an English language program, which means our numbers are going to increase, and I'm not going to have additional staff, I'm sure. So being able for these students to be able to enter this information in Apply Texas and for us to import it along with our other apps would just be so much more helpful for us and free up my international admissions processors to focus more on the determination phase instead of the manual entry phase, so.
Yeah, we'd need to focus on how do we tell that they should be treated that way. We have, I think, audits in our U.S. freshmen that will kick them out at some point if they answer some questions a certain way and say, you're in the wrong app, you really should be over in international. So we have some precedent for, even if we just ask them up front and they say whatever they say, we have some precedent for already kind of checking that out based on some of the answers that they give. So that's something we could look at. I know, but I think this is probably a better way to go to try to see if we can get the 2-year app to do what we need it to do. I know that the Common App doesn't have an international app. I don't know, does TCU do you take any of your international students through the Common App? Yeah, because they basically kind of have a workaround. They do what we're thinking of doing with the 2-year app. They don't have a 2-year app, but they have if you're an international student, there's kind of answer this question, these 3 questions this particular way, and I suppose it dynamically then turns off certain things or adds certain things, but it's not a separate app type. So they have a way of kind of dynamically dealing based on certain things to turn on or off certain questions, and that's kind of what we're talking about here with the 2-year app.
Yeah, I think Nicole's recommendation that if they say, are you a U.S. citizen? No, then you display to them the additional questions. That sounds reasonable if they answer that question right.
Yeah, we'd have to look to see if there are exceptions to that based on certain legislation or whatever, but yeah, that's a good starting point anyway.
According to this list, it looks like A through D are the same on both questions. It just seems that you would have a custom place that it says, are you a citizen of the U.S.?
Your current check on that is B. Do you hold permanent resident status? Because if you select yes, then and you try to save that page, that's when you get that error. You don't need to fill out the international application. Please fill out a domestic or whatever. So, and I'm so sorry, my suggestion, I really thought that it would be easier to open the 4-year international application to 2 years. So I was actually looking out for you guys. I thought maybe that might be easier. But so if it's easier, if we can trigger off of question B, if it is no, then the additional visa questions come up that are already built on the 4-year international application.
Again, we're wandering into residency, and probably the final suggestions about what questions should be used to do this is likely to come from the
Well, I don't know if
group
that's
working on
necessarily true,
residency.
Jane, because we're not talking about adding residency questions. I think in 2-year schools, tell me if I'm wrong, we're missing the portion on theirs on what kind of visa do they want, getting the preliminary information that they need for that visa. And so the pieces that we've talked about so far about adding are not necessarily, we haven't even talked about adding residency pages. It's just being able to define
An international student.
an international student, what kind of visa they hold, what kind of visa they want to hold when they attend the institution, getting their preliminary information, and then if they're planning on bringing dependents. These are pieces that they need that still haven't even touched what their residency status is, and I think that's the issue.
If you look at the third page of the handout that has the modules on front, it discusses there's the preliminary visa information that is currently on the international freshman and not on the 2-year app. Oops, as you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is what I want on that. This is the info. I don't care about the resident stuff. I want this stuff.
Yeah, if this could be added.
The test scores and
Yeah, the test scores, the fund, even the funds is kind of, I don't really care about that so much because they got to turn the bank statements anyway, but are they planning on having to do a change of status? Are you here? Are you not here? Do you have dependents? What's their country of birth? What's their citizenship status? That kind of stuff, so.
So I think to answer the question that was thrown at me a little bit ago, it's if we can get a group to agree on what you would want in the app once we could determine that they are an international student filling out the 2-year app, then we can go with that. And but we need some agreement, obviously, on what those questions would be, what that information you would want.
Is there a separate hot topics for 2-year admissions, specific admissions, or is it just separate for 2-year registrar at TACRO?
I think there's usually a separate admissions in.
Separate
a
admissions, 'cause
registrar.
I want that, could be a good conversation to have there to bring back, because we need the 2-year representatives to be able to say, here are the things that we really would like to see, so that we have the idea for what needs to be added, so we can determine how to do that.
Well, I think it's just these questions. I mean, there aren't any additional ones.
No.
So,
If we think that encompasses what all the 2 years would like to see.
I mean, it's the only other questions on the international application.
That aren't already included.
Too.
Makes
So,
sense.
And I think part of the updates that have already been made that could be, like Nicole was mentioning, the triggers could be the questions on page 2 of Tim's document that have the Part F and Part G, where they're going to actually identify what type of visa they're on, maybe even if it's not are you a U.S. citizen, yes or no? Because this will tell the institution what's next for this student and what they need. So these questions could be triggers, again, just something for us to think about, and I think it is a good point that this would be a good hot topic item for either, if there isn't an admission 2-year, the registrar 2 years, many times, they wear both hats, so.
That's true. Well, Jane, and if you could potentially see if there are any concerns about, I think we're kind of looking for that trigger now to know when the module would be on or off. So if you could get some preliminary information about any concerns with trigger questions so that we know a direction. Because I like the idea of the module that would turn on and off on the specific 2-year application, if for no other reason than it keeps us from getting into the address discussion on the international application. Don't want to go back there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do we sound like we have a plan then for international? Very good.
Yes.
Now we have some definite marching orders to go forward, and they'll have our results back in time for the December 4th meeting so that we can add them to the list then for Tim and the Applied Texas team to consider for potential changes for the next cycle. And we'll have an idea of what that looks like. Very good. So our next thing on the agenda, we're actually going to reverse E and F for reasons that will probably become clear as we go on. So F, we were talking about with the FAFSA opening earlier, there's been some discussion about whether or not the Applied Texas cycle should open earlier, and that is something we're going to have to discuss and decide by the December date, or on the December date at the latest, because we need to let the team know if those changes need to be made to move us up in cycle. So one of the things that we discussed the last time we were here was actually polling, sending out a poll to the universities to find out who is interested on establishing an earlier starting date for the Apply Texas application cycle. July 1 was something that had been batted around. I think if we could take a few moments now, what we wanted to do for this agenda item is actually talk about if we are going to send out the poll, which I think we should because there's definitely interest in opening earlier, then what questions would we want to ask on the poll? Because I had a feeling it's not going to be as easy as, do you want to open, yes or no? So,
well, I think most of that, the rest of that conversation was that we were staying in line with the common application. I think we kind of floated away from it being that FAFSA was opening earlier.
I think it wasn't just the common app. I think they're moving in that direction too, as far as maybe, I don't know about, maybe Candace knows this going forward, if they're going to allow or for opening of your section next year. Right now, they can fill out the common app anytime they want, but they can't do your part until August 1st. They couldn't have done your part until at least August 1st, I think. But next year, are they going to change that? Do you know? Haven't heard?
I actually just asked that question to our representative that we have, and she said that they're in the works of that, but you never know what's going to.
And we know the coalition app is opening in July. I think this and this is what kind of Christine is alluding to, is that the community is moving toward that. Just the national application community is moving toward that July 1st as a general rule.
Right. And so we want to stay in line with that.
It helps too. Yeah, it helps too. Because you have students applying to schools all over the country, and they don't want to have to make them wait an extra month if they can apply to one school, but they can't apply to yours for an extra month. That's a pain.
A month is a big deal.
so do we even need a poll?
Sorry, I thought we agreed on this last time. I don't know. No?
No, we didn't agree on it.
Okay.
We discussed it a lot.
Yeah. I thought we were going to assess the effects it was going to have on institutions in other ways than just moving the deadline, whether or not the IT teams and all the different entities on campus would feel like there were other barriers that we may not have taken into consideration.
And that could be on a poll, too. We have an IT listserv that we've come up with now for contacts, and we could use that. I may email the Aleutian group, which does Colleague and Banner and Recruiter, and we have, 40 installations of Banner in our community. I haven't heard back from them yet, but obviously, everybody, Sean and all those people, and Larry at A&M, they have to know these things are coming in a month earlier. Banner goes, the Aleutian people I know do a lot of helping, of the schools getting ready.
Are you talking about TCC, or are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, the TCC, yes, because they did send some correspondence saying that, they would have to know very early.
Right.
Because they often have to do updates that will affect all schools.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I think there was strong support for it. One of the things that came out was just a discussion not a discussion, but a mention that there were 40 schools right now that open on August 1st. And a lot of them, are going to want to go with whatever the earliest opening date is, and so they need to be part of the discussion, I think, just to at least let them know that, okay, if you really want to keep the same date open right now as UT and A&M and whoever else will immediately go to that you need to know up front that that's what we're doing and have some feedback from them.
Did TCC give you a date on how early they need to know? I just wonder how early is early for them.
We're moving everything back a month, but I don't know what kind of other calendar that IT
Right, the
are on,
IT calendar.
so we're looking at, I don't know when, so if they're, for example, if they're installing in June or July, the changes that we've announced, and you move that back to May, now we're at the end of the spring semester, does that move of a month mean anything other than everybody needs to know a month earlier?
Okay, so I'll fess up. So I'm the 4-year TCC product coordinator, so I will
Excellent.
I will bring that up with Cindy, and I can call a meeting with all 2-year and 4-year with just this one agenda item. I'll do that shortly.
What about, okay, and I don't know the technical world of what you're talking about, so I don't know how many other players there might be in this. You've talked about a group of 40 schools, but we have 130 in the program. Do we know, what I remember is from the last meeting was a lot of concern about setup time, setup instruction, and all of that sort of thing. And the people who work with Banner and so forth may have the help to get that done and at an earlier date. The others who are not in that kind of a system might find a move up very difficult. So I think it's fine if we're going to poll the people who are in those systems, but I think somehow we also need to hear from the other people who won't have that technical support from a central processor of some sort.
So do you think we could, if you're going to pull this particular group, could that be shared either with Jane or Tim? And then that way, if there's other people at other schools that are the points of contact for those other systems, that they could ask the same question. So we're asking the same question of the different groups.
What you're going to ask TCC?
Is that something that, or if this group has or if the Applied Texas team has a recommendation of what needs to be asked of, because that would be, I think that's a good point, that we're asking one group, then what happens with the other, even if it's 2-year or 4-year, because I think it's impacting everyone.
Were we still thinking in terms of that this would be an option to do it in terms of not everyone would have to go? Or is that the...
And it's true, it's not everyone would have to go, but we also don't want to tie people's hands because they're unable to go. And that's part of my fear. Like I did after our last conversation, I contacted my IT team because we're not part of Banner, we're not TCC, we're on our own.
Okay.
And I did contact my IT team and ask them if this moved, because I would want to be able to open as well.
Yeah.
So I said, if this moved to July 1, we normally do our testing and our updates and testing in July to open August 1. So I said, what would this do to your calendar, and can you support this for me? And their answer was, yes, we can, but we need to know, so we can move everything on our calendar. So I think that's the issue outside of the TCC schools who are going to have this support. The rest of us do not. And so we have to make sure those schools need an opportunity to find out if their IT teams will be able to support them. And I think, Tim, what you said, there are 40 schools right now that open on August 1st.
That's what I understand.
But you said that you have a list for the IT connections and you were going to pull them. Yeah, see, so that would catch all of the
And
population.
that would be everybody, not.
Yeah,
Everyone
that's
using Apply
everybody.
Texas.
And again, the problems, as has been said by several of you, is the people who want to go. No one has to go, but there are people who want to move with the earliest date, along with the other schools that they, so that the students applying to UT or A&M can also apply to these other schools at the same time and not have to wait a month. But if they have a problem moving, then we want to know that.
Yeah, and make no mistake, TCC supports changes, mostly they're legislative. I mean, so it's not every year that TCC makes any adjustments whatsoever. It's not like, I mean, they're not helping us with the basic Apply Texas. It's our own IT teams.
Okay.
TCC just gets involved if there's a change. For example, the request about concentrations and adding those as part of the major code, et cetera. TCC, the hope is that they would get involved with something like that so that each school isn't writing their own script to make that load properly. But most of what we've done in the last year or two has not required any TCC intervention. TCC intervention mostly comes with legislative type of issues.
So your individual IT teams will still have to support you?
Oh, yeah, they're the ones who are supporting the banner load and making all the changes to the EDI. And, you know, if we add a question, they're the ones who actually support that. Sometimes if you add a question and you need a place to actually store the question, then you have to make a determination, is this something that would benefit all Banner schools, or is it something that's just benefiting one or two? If it's one or two, it quite often does not make it to the top of TCC's list. But if it's something that will affect all Banner schools and all schools say it's urgent, then TCC gets involved. So, you know, it's not like, I know there are some companies like Slate, who actually manage the load of applications on behalf of their schools. That's a very, very different phenomenon.
Well, and I'm kind of...
This is Melissa. Just to back up what Michelle was saying, that's very true. And I think the concern was for schools, and I was the one that raised it, but for schools like myself who has very limited IT support, you know, the person really gets, I have one person who really gets all that information at the conference and then, you know, takes care of it from there. And it's just a matter of making sure the smaller schools have access to the information in time to really get it done.
Tim, thank you, Melissa. Tim, do you have a feeling or an idea of how many institutions have representatives on the IT listserv? Would your poll hit most of them?
I believe that our list polled all the IT contacts that were in the admin site. Isn't that right, David and Rebecca? Isn't that if we've got information about IT contacts for the school, then they're on our list. I think that's what you pulled that list for as Sarah put together the IT contact list. So.
Right, so
if we have information of who they are, then they're on our list.
Oh, so the message then would hit, if we've entered their information for you, then you've got it.
Right, as long as it's up to date and all of that, yeah.
I was hoping that it would get to the right IT people, since we don't have a large active audience that's listening in from all of the different institutions. I'm hoping that we can get the word out to them to ask their IT teams as soon as possible so that we have a better idea.
And also, as was stated, communication is going to be really key if we don't move the conference, because people sometimes rely on that to find out about some of the changes. And so we need to make sure that we get that out faster, get that out earlier to people in a different way.
So, and both Tim and Melissa now have referenced the conference, which is actually our next agenda item, and that is why we reversed the order, because we knew based on this discussion, we would need to then discuss our opportunities for the conference. But it does sound like our marching orders from here, Tim or the team will send out something to the IT listserv. I think the poll will go to them. It sounds like to ask them if they would be able to prepare for a July 1 start date, concerns, things like that. I'll let you guys come up with the questions so we have a better idea of any kind of feedback or concerns coming from July 1 for those who are affected by July 1, because as you indicated, not everyone opens on August 1st, nor does everyone need to open or have to open August 1st. It is a choice. But it sounds like about 40 schools right now are opening at the earliest date. So they definitely would probably have something to say yes or no there. Does that sound like where we're going from here for our poll for December?
So who's putting the poll together itself?
That is a good question. Do we want to come up with questions right now? That was our idea, is that we would come up with the questions right now, potentially with the help of you and your team, because most of us, there are a few that are, but most of us are not technical. My question is, can you do this? That was the question I sent to mine. If I want to open July 1st, can you do it? And the answer was, yes, we can, just let us know. That was the technical nature of my question.
Good. Or rephrasing it, you can do this, right?
It might have been something like that, and I usually put something in there about, can you make the magic happen? Because I tell them it's all magic to me. It just needs to, I just snap my fingers and it needs to, the pixie dust is settled and it happens. It was probably like that. I want to open July 1st. Can you make it happen? So yes, so on a poll, what would we ask? Of course, we'd phrase it that we are considering, Applied Texas Advisory Committee is considering opening the Applied Texas cycle for the next year on July 1st to keep in line with the Common Application and the Coalition application, and also to support the earlier opening of FAFSA. That's our reasoning behind it. The questions then, well, you heard my question. Can you do it? I guess I think it's maybe just two parts. Is it that simple as that? You know, if we open on July 1st as an IT team, are you able to support this and then give them an opportunity for open-ended concerns?
Well, that's what I was going to say. Why ask the question if you don't get why or why not?
Yeah, so then you have a yes or no and then why or why not, or challenges, concerns?
Challenges. If no, please list challenges, or I don't know.
And we would need to make it very clear that it would mean we would move everything that we do back a month. So they would obviously get all the information a month earlier, and so it's just a matter of what technical or other challenges there would be for them other than simply, quote unquote, moving everything a month earlier.
Do you also want to include the fact that there is an option for them? I mean, the
that
fact
you don't have
that you have an option.
Right. I think we could put the wording in there so they don't feel like we don't want to make it look like we're now saying everyone has to open July 1st. You know, the option is still open to the universities and colleges on their open date. But if you are interested in opening at the earliest deadline.
And just to clarify, are we talking about making that change for this next summer? That's what I thought.
Yes.
I want to make sure.
I would imagine that one of the questions is going to be technical training. When will it be available? You know, I've heard, and I know I'm breaking into the next item on the agenda, but if that is where they typically get training, when are we going to provide them that training under the new world, new situation?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be training. It would just be that it's the same process. They're just getting it a month earlier.
So will the meeting, when will the meeting be?
And maybe we do cross over at this point because, and that is why we have it on the agenda. I'm sorry, Melinda, I've just taken over.
You're fine, you're good. I started the meeting off with discussing ourselves, so I'm going to let you go ahead and take control of some of this.
Melinda wanted us to discuss ourselves, and I took that to mean I can evidently speak the whole time.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break and we can put that verbiage together for
No, I am a workhorse. Let's, no,
I
I'm
think that
kidding.
is a
I'm kidding.
wonderful
Yeah,
recommendation.
let's do that.
Yes, okay.
And then let's take a 5-minute break, and then we can work on some wording, and also we're going to discuss the ramifications then and any opportunities that even exist concerning the workshop as it is currently scheduled, or maybe potentially contracted. I'm looking at Michelle because we're going to let her give us an update when we come back. During the break that was probably around not 5 minutes, Christine has been wordsmithing away to try to come up with some wording for our potential poll. At this point, what we would like to do is, I think, Christine, if you're ready, give you an opportunity to read what you have, and then we can continue wordsmithing that so that we can finalize this portion and then talk about the next agenda item, which is the workshop, the Apply Texas workshop.
Sure. And we're gonna butcher this, I hope, and we're gonna change this, but the Apply Texas Committee is considering opening the application cycle annually on July 1st instead of August 1st, beginning with the 2018-2019 cycle. I'll make a note there. This would provide each institution the opportunity to open earlier. This change would keep Apply Texas in line with the Common Application and Coalition opening date of July 1st and the earlier opening of the FAFSA. Please provide the following information to help assist in this process change. Would your technical team be able to handle testing and receiving the application a month earlier? What challenges would this change create? How can the Apply Texas help to smoothly make this transition? I don't like that one, but, so that's what I have so far. But you, Tim, you wanted me to add?
I would probably remove Common App, remove any statement that implies that the Common App has already decided and announced or whatever,
Okay.
that it will open July 1st. And I would probably just say something more to the effect of, in line with changes in other, across the country.
Yeah.
In line with other. Do you want to
States.
say other national and state applications?
State and national. Just, yeah, okay.
There-
No, they've opened where you can go in and fill out the common part whenever you want, but I don't think they've made an announcement. The common part of the app the student can go in now earlier, but the school sections of the app are not open until August 1st. That's what's in discussion there. I expect that they will move to July 1st. I do know that they're, and Candace has mentioned that too. I do know that they're talking about that, and I do believe there's movement toward that direction, and I have no reason to believe at this point that they won't allow that.
And you think that'll happen also this?
Yes, same time, yeah. This was the move they already made this year because it was too early for them to allow for an earlier than July opening for the individual school sections to actually submit, but they opened up the common part earlier this year to allow students to go in and do that part as a kind of a first step.
The only thing that I would suggest on the wording is maybe make it clearer on those last couple of questions that it's if we were to go in this direction and then ask the questions, because it sounded a bit like this was a done deal. How is this going to hurt you? As opposed to we are considering this, or if we go this way.
I'm being Rebecca.
Actually,
By all means.
Y'all are being better than Rebecca, which is why you're doing all the typing right now. So for those of you that are listening in, Michelle and Christine are changing up some of the wording on our first draft.
And we certainly appreciate that, girls.
Yes, we do.
Well, I'll also mention that this is kind of In support of the general comment, I did do some research on a lot of schools that have their own apps, and they're moving toward, I saw some evidence that they're moving toward July 1st too, not just the national or state apps, but a lot of colleges obviously have their own homegrown, just all over the country. I don't remember that much about Texas. I was just looking for, doing Google searches on various things. But obviously, a lot of our students apply to schools all over the country.
Yes.
With a date, okay?
I would think that for a school like TCU that had their own app, that they would want to open it at the same time.
Right.
Since they accept that app, the Common App, and Apply Texas.
Right.
And you had said you wanted to make sure that they understood it was the application that was opening this summer.
The application, our cycle always starts in the summer.
Yeah, so to put make something where it's obvious, we're talking about July 1st, 2017 is the date we're considering.
Okay, second draft. The Apply Texas Committee is considering opening the application cycle annually on July 1st instead of August 1st, beginning with the 2018-2019 cycle opening this 2017 summer. That's a lot of dates.
That's a lot of dates.
This would provide each institution the opportunity to open earlier. This change would keep Apply Texas in line with other state and national applications who allow application opening beginning July 1st and assist with the earlier opening of the FAFSA. We're going to have to cut that in half. Please.
It doesn't assist. Did you say assist?
Yeah.
Accommodates?
Yeah, accommodates. The point, I think, partly being that.
Coincides with the earlier? No. Accommodates?
Accommodates is good, because a lot of this, I think, discussion is around that schools want to be able to complete files. They have the opportunity to complete files, 3 months earlier now,
right,
with getting the FAFSA in October instead of January. And so allowing them to open earlier will hopefully get more apps in. And I think I know a lot of the counselors would like this. A lot of the counselors who help students with their essays, and we hear, our help desk hears, when are you going to open? When are you going to open? We want them to start. We want them to start their apps, start doing their essays and other things, and waiting until when the summer is almost over they'd prefer to get started earlier.
Okay, and accommodates the earlier opening of the FAFSA. Please provide the following information to help assist in this process change if we were to move in this direction.
Please ask the following questions to help us determine whether we should move in this direction.
Following questions.
To help us determine whether we should move in this direction.
iPad.
She's done.
Clean, as you can see.
Not anymore. Obviously don't have grandchildren.
Oh, my screen is not clean at all. It should be covered in dog hair too, by the way. I tried to blow it off before I gave it to Christine.
Oh, that was what?
So please answer the following questions to assist us in determining if we should move in this direction.
Wasn't listening.
Let Tim and Jane hear what they just changed. It's okay. Michelle, read that part again.
Please answer the following questions to assist us in determining if we should move in this direction.
Yeah.
And then we didn't change the 3 questions. Does anyone have any feedback about the questions?
Read the questions again.
Would your technical team be able to handle testing and receiving the Apply Texas application a month earlier? What challenges would this change create? How can the Apply Texas team help to smoothly make this transition?
You?
Yeah, help.
Did any one of those questions actually ask them if they were interested or not? Yeah.
Would you?
Are you in favor? Yeah.
Yeah, do you favor the,
Are
do
you
you
in
favor
favor?
this?
Yeah, are you in?
Mike. They're really giving them the option.
No, I just,
It was-
maybe did they say that
Maybe
that's
the
as far as
first-
they want to go then?
Right.
I mean, they have
They may not want to answer the rest of it. But I think we do need to, since we're giving them the, are you in favor, if they say no,
Yeah,
we should ask, if no,
Yeah.
that's right.
what challenges exist that preclude you from being able to say yes? Instead of saying, why not?
So are you in favor of this change?
Is the first question.
If no? What's the rest of that?
Well, I said, if no, what challenges exist that preclude you from being able to accommodate this change? Which actually kind of goes with our other questions,
We would
so.
eliminate that,
Okay.
the challenges question.
And once we move on to the next topic, I'm sorry, this is Melissa. Once we move on to the next topic, which is the Apply Texas Conference, maybe we could come back to this and add that information in, letting them know that this will be provided earlier.
That's a good point. With this draft that we have right now, we can continue to kind of tweak it, and maybe at the end of the meeting, talk about this is what it now looks like, but we could let them make these changes we've just mentioned, and then go ahead and start the next discussion, because we may find out information there that definitely will affect.
Yeah, okay.
If you would email that to me, then I could print it off for everybody during the lunch hour.
Sure.
That might make it easier.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Christine?
I guess I'll do that from your
Christine,
computer.
if you could just
I
go
guess
ahead
I'll do that from your
you could go
computer.
ahead and email that. From my super secure computer, evidently.
Don't tell her IT team.
Yeah.
I did not give her my password, so.
No.
I'm still keeping my security in place. So why don't we, while they're still wordsmithing a little bit, let Melinda introduce the next topic.
Okay, because I don't want to feel like I'm not assisting. The next topic is the discussion of the summer 2017 Speedy EDI Applied Texas Workshop in response to the possible shifting of the start date. And I believe Michelle has additional information for us.
I do. I looked at the contract that has been signed for the summer meetings, and it appears that they did add one additional night with 121 room reservations secured for the meeting. Now, whether or not that contract can be renegotiated, I've sent an email but have not gotten a response in terms of that. So I'm
And this
not
would- this would be-
absolutely sure.
To join it with the summer TACRA, which is in mid-July.
It's in mid-July. So the mid-July date won't work with respect to moving this date up. I would expect that we would need to do this meeting in May.
Michelle, I would agree. And in fact, the mid-July date doesn't really work with an August 1st start either.
Yeah, that's a little bit late, for sure, but that's what was agreed, so, in attempting to help. It doesn't mean that, Tim's group won't provide what the updates are sooner. It's a matter of they won't be discussed in person until we meet, at whatever time it is.
True, very true.
I don't know what to suggest. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
And I'm not sure if the change in the hotel contract is a result of this meeting being in the middle, or if there is some change also to, I don't know, is community college meeting going to go 2 days as opposed to?
It's usually a day and a half.
Yeah, I
and
didn't know if there was talk of it being longer.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I believe part of the discussion was have it in the center, like we've discussed, for travel, where I'm not really sure what that would do with, I know community college is one full day, and then the morning of is typically Thursday, and then, Friday.
All day Friday.
Half a day Friday. It's all day Thursday, and then half a day. So people would come in Wednesday for the meeting on Thursday, and then the half a day on Friday.
Yeah, what we were thinking was, I know the university meeting starts at noon or 1 on Tuesday and goes till noon on Wednesday. So the thought was then Wednesday afternoon would be for both groups. I'm not, I'm just not absolutely sure how that impacts that contract. Again, I did not get a response. I sent an email to several people asking, who were on the negotiation, asking them to comment.
Michelle, one question, and I will try to get an answer for us while we're working today. You're saying that you think the extra night was added Wednesday night or for Tuesday night?
Let me find my email and I'll tell you exactly.
Or it could have been possibly even Monday, because
it seemed to be
technically,
Monday, which is
possibly to have universities come in earlier, have the day and a half meeting, and then Wednesday would be the middle where this meeting would fit, and then, I mean, I'm assuming, but.
Well, the university
Either way.
meeting's only a day. It's not a day and a half. So that was the kicker.
So Melissa, it could be if the university meeting's going first and they added room nights, which Michelle is checking, to Monday, maybe it was so universities could come in and have our meeting all day on the first day, freeing up the second day for the workshop, and then community colleges would start on
Thursday. It would be the same for community college.
So you'd start in the morning.
On Thursday.
Who's chairing the 4-year this year?
Say what, Melissa?
Who?
That
I
would be
didn't.
Joy Frazier.
Oh.
Hi, Joy Frazier.
Oh, well, how convenient.
She loves it.
Okay, so I have the contract here. The contract is for 16 rooms Sunday night, 61, well, 61 on Monday, 121 on Tuesday, which that would be accurate. We would have the university reps there. 121 on Wednesday. And I believe that's the day that changed, because typically the university reps go home. Anyone attending, they go home. And
on Tuesday.
Go home on Wednesday. And then community college arrives Thursday morning.
Typically, they arrive Wednesday evening, since we start at 8 a.m.
I
Start
thought
at
you
8 a.m. on Thursday.
Okay, so Wednesday's
that's what we-
121, and then Thursday night is 131. So, I don't know that,
What isn't?
So last year,
I
it
don't-
looks like the university meeting started at noon on Tuesday,
right, and that's what it'll be this year.
and then went to, and for sure they're going to do the same, and then we went to noon on Wednesday.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Noon on Tuesday through noon on Wednesday.
Right.
And so we leave, but the community college people are coming in on Wednesday, and they meet all day Wednesday and half a day Thursday.
Or do you meet all day Wednesday?
We meet all day Thursday and half a day, because we come in late, or typically most, if you have to travel, you travel in Wednesday afternoon, checking in after everybody, universities are gone, and then for the meeting that starts at 8:30 or 9 and runs all day Thursday, and then half a day Friday, is how it's been structured in the past.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like they have any extra rooms then.
Well, I looked at last year, the contract for the year before, and I believe I know that one of these night, and I think it was the Wednesday night, was less. They added rooms on Wednesday night. But that may just be to have accommodated attendance that's current. So-
Correct, because the block, we ran forward on the block, if you remember.
Yeah.
And they had to add, so maybe they did just, I wonder who negotiated this one.
Well, Chuck Kettlewell did.
Okay.
I know he was part of it, and I emailed him a while ago and have not heard back from him, so.
Okay.
He's retired.
Okay.
Yeah.
isn't he?
Hey, Michelle, we will definitely have him
No,
on the
he
phone
never
on Monday.
retires.
We'll definitely have him on the phone on Monday, we can find out.
Okay. Well, in looking at this and just having some other eyes or ears on it, it sounds like that if we don't do the Speedy Apply Texas meeting in the middle, it won't affect this contract, it appears.
I think, I'm sitting here trying to figure it out in my head. I think it might,
It's Tuesday that they were added, if you look at the.
yeah, because
That's
the,
when community colleges probably would come in.
if you look at the way, so before we had universities probably came in Tuesday morning, and we did half a day Tuesday and half a day Wednesday, and then we left. So we only had Tuesday night.
Right.
That we had to stay. And
Right.
then Melinda's saying that the community colleges came in on Wednesday evening, so they would stay on Wednesday
Wednesday and Thursday.
and Thursday. So, well, maybe not. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't accommodate. I mean, it could. And if they added anything to the beginning, because I was trying to figure out if we were going to do it, if we were going to put Apply Texas in the middle, what I would have done is had universities meet all day on Tuesday and set up all day on Wednesday to be the Apply Texas, and then community colleges could stay and have all day on Thursday and half a day on Friday like you've done in the past. But it looks like it could be the same thing. Universities could come in on Tuesday, stay Tuesday night. Then on Wednesday, the community colleges are coming in, staying Wednesday night. The issue is, no, you don't, yeah, you did come in on Wednesday, but do you think 121 people would come in early? Because you started first thing
They have a
Thursday
bigger
morning.
group
Yes.
than we do back.
Yeah, that's right, because you start first thing Thursday
We
morning.
have 175-ish at our meeting.
It might be, even if they have added a few nights, we might be okay even with the old structure, just because of when we cycle people in and out. Now, the interesting part is the Sunday. I don't know if that's just the planning group that's coming in maybe Sunday to be ready. So the question that brought this to the agenda was, if we are changing to a July 1st opening, and then we're having the workshop where some institutions use that workshop to really get in and discuss the changes, we would actually, and we have that in July in conjunction with the university and community college meeting, then we're now having the workshop after we've already opened. And so.
And that does not work for
No.
Still
quite a
too
few
late.
schools.
Okay, so I think we're in agreement that that doesn't make sense for the July 1. We'd want to.
Another thing to add, and we will talk to Chuck, but another thing to add, I find it hard to believe that TACO really upped all of these room rates and changed a contract without talking to the chair of this committee or a member, of this committee or something.
Okay, I have the contract pulled up for last year, and it's the Tuesday night that changed. Well, basically, last year they contracted for 15 nights on Monday, 60 on Tuesday, 120 Wednesday, 130 Thursday, and it looks like they moved the 15 back to Sunday. I'm not sure why. And 60 nights back to Monday for the current contract. So it's unclear to me why those got moved back a couple days, But Tuesday night clearly has 121, which would be reasonable if we have that kind of attendance for the university meeting. I mean, Tuesday night wasn't thought to impact the inclusion of Speedy in this. It would be Wednesday and Thursday. So it appears that the contract really is not built around us including Speedy and Apply Texas, from what I can tell.
Which then gives us the leeway to have the workshop when it makes sense for us.
And so we can schedule it for
Right. Well,
June?
let me see if I can get in touch with someone on a break. I think so. I just don't think this was built for us.
You don't think what?
That this is.
I just do not think the contract was changed to accommodate Apply Texas CD.
It doesn't
but I think
appear, it doesn't
No,
appear that it
really
was.
doesn't.
Right.
No.
Maybe shift universities up more on Monday.
To come in for
Increase
all day
Tuesday
Tuesday.
even more, and Wednesday
Yeah,
would be higher.
I agree. I think that it looks like it may not be. Melissa,
Yes, I'll try.
do you have Chuck's cell phone number?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was gonna send it to you if you didn't have it. Okay,
I
so,
guess another question would be is if it is not a part of the TACRO summer meetings, then can we still get the Pickle Center and schedule something you were saying May or whatever?
Melissa, I just sent you the email that I had sent to Chuck. It's got some data in it.
Okay, thank you.
And so we were thinking about late May. We're gonna have it at the Pickle Center.
What do you suggest, Tim?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving everything back a month, so how much time do they really need?
We were 6 weeks out is when we used to have the workshop,
Right?
because we had it mid-June, and so that was about 6 weeks prior to the open date.
And that was good for us not to be earlier, more than 6 weeks out, because, you know, we're just finishing up development and doing testing on our own and want to feel like things are pretty solid at that point.
Yeah, we would need to, I think, before June, because we test in June, and typically we need to be finished testing by mid-June so that you all can migrate
Right.
and make any adjustments as needed.
If that puts us in mid-May.
That piggybacks graduation, yeah, that's not a good time. Unless you do like the third or fourth week, third
I
week
know
of
our
May.
graduation this year is May 16th, so it's,
If you do the week after that, are you still under the pile?
at that point, it's just regular end-of-term processing and cleanup. But yeah, but the ceremony part of it, up until that point, we are just slammed, so.
If we're looking at the last week in May, Memorial Day is May 29th.
Right.
We could do it that week to try to miss everyone else's graduations.
Yeah, 'cause we don't want to be up against graduations.
Right.
PCC is usually in May as well, workshop.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
Let me look.
Last year's. April.
Last year, it was May 25th through the 27th.
Lord.
Bummer.
I can find out when the next one is.
think what we will do is put this on hold just for a second, because it sounds like we need to touch base, if Melissa can touch base with Chuck, and then if maybe whenever, over lunch, and then reconvene after lunch about this particular topic, once we determine all the other dates, of the different workshops that may be going on at the same time. That way we can go ahead and talk about our possible if you guys are in agreement with that. And then that way we can talk about possible work groups and discuss item G, and then that way we can finalize this and then have all of that together. Would you rather do the proposed changes? Okay. Okay. The identification of work groups and the charges and selection of their chairs. We had talked about that briefly last time. Since this past year, we really we did more things as a group. So we wanted to bring this topic back up if there was any specific work groups that we would like to identify, and then what type of direction. If anyone has, because what the challenges have been over time, we discussed this prior to the meeting, was the concern whenever we did have the separate subcommittees or work groups, there would be discussion, and we would have the whole group outside of the advisory committee, and we just want to make sure that what direction the committee wants to go, or if it's that we don't have separate work groups, and the more information that is provided up front prior to the meeting will, maybe eliminate that particular need during the committee meetings. So I'm going to open that up for feedback.
Historically, it's been difficult to get subcommittees to meet. Part of what the benefit of the subcommittee in the idea behind it is that you can have people on it who are not members of the committee, that you can have people participate in that way, which can be positive, but I do think it's due to schedules and other work, it's difficult to get them to meet and discuss things that could be. It seems like a good idea because they can, when they have been able to do that, it's been helpful because they can then come to the large group and say, here are the things that the two-year schools or the grad schools would like for you all, for the whole group to consider that are unique to these applications. I don't know if there's a different way to handle that. You could, whether there's another way for those groups to communicate more effectively.
It may be that the more information that we're sending out, either through the various listservs requesting information and sending out questions, might address some of the desire to make sure all of the institutions are able to ask the questions and things like that. So that might be part of because it is good whenever even people that are outside the advisory committee are able to provide feedback. They have more stake in the process.
One would think that there would be, everybody has their schedules, but you would think that you should be able to set up some sort of conference call or session, that webinar or something where people could talk to each other for an hour about it without trying to get everybody together in person.
And we did that for the universities last time. I did do a conference call with everyone. I think that having the ability to do maybe a hot topic at TACRO helps being able to have more of these sessions and know your department lead, so that when we do have a session at TACRO, we can say, an example, Michelle Walker is doing the graduate application. That was last year. I don't know if you still are. Just I use that as an example. But so they know who to contact for their issues, and so that they know it on TACRO. We could also list it on the TACRO website. but then have the ability to have that conference call. One of the things I found when I first joined this group is that we had so many subcommittees that I wanted to be on this one, and the conversations were happening at the same time, which makes that difficult. So I think if we could have still subcommittees but not make them quite so granular, maybe that would help. But I also see issues with that, but then you have so many topics that you can't answer all the, requests. So I don't have an optimal answer, but I do think we still need to have subcommittees and a contact person for the different applications. I'm just not sure how granular we want to go.
One of the things that that we've been talking about, or I think we talked about at the last meeting, was wanting to encourage people to submit suggestions or feedback and that kind of thing. And and also that the list of things to be discussed be compiled early enough for people to look at it and think about it before we come in here to talk about it and so forth. What I learned the hard way since our last meeting is that a month is not enough time to recover from one meeting and get everything done for that and set up for the next meeting. So I apologize that you didn't get the proposed list prior to walking in today. But I think that another thing that occurred is yesterday afternoon, about 4 o'clock, I received 4 or 5 additional suggestions for changes. And I did not go back and amend the list at that point in time. They will be on a list that you get for the December meeting. But I think making sure people feel comfortable in contacting anyone on the committee and/or submitting something to the coordinating board is a good idea, and we want to do that. And the idea of having a person identified as a contact person for particular types of applications or issues sounds like a good idea if people are willing to volunteer for that kind of role.
And we could use our various lists to let people know, here's, if you have suggestions, here's whom to contact. And as Jay mentioned, we have this template now that's being used. This is our first time through it. It was it's been developed rather late compared to, with regard to the time that we're meeting. So I think this will get better and be easier for people to handle and be easier for us to know, everyone to know kind of ahead of time what we're going to talk about and what's being suggested.
Did you come up with a form that individuals could fill out requesting the changes? Like we talked about, like a kind of a work request or, an enhancement request form? I thought you had mentioned that you had one.
Yeah.
I think the format of the last document that we will be looking at today was close to what we had in mind, where we indicate the source, the name, institution, and email for the person who suggests it, what the proposal is, which types of applications it would impact, and really importantly, points of discussion. Why is it that they're suggesting this? What problem are they trying to solve? And how will it solve it? The last column about number of apps impacted, that's a little bit harder for us to do, and whether that's, at least we couldn't, as you can tell, we were not able to do this for some of the new suggestions for this meeting. And we can leave that in there with the hope of filling that in most of the time, but there may be times where we can't do that. But this was what I had in mind as a template for submitting a proposal.
Well, what I was thinking was more of something you could post on Apply Texas, just a blank form that then feeds this template. So, I mean, your ideas are great, your name, the institution, all of that, what the proposal is, they could even advise what applications were impacted, and then specifically ask, what is it you're trying to improve or solve, what difficulty? Maybe ask them, what happens if we implement, what happens if we don't implement this? I don't know that, then you all can do the follow-up as far as the number of apps impacted, because you have the data, but it would be nice to have something out there so that, because oftentimes ideas come to you when you're working on something, or all of a sudden you've gotten, 5 applications with the same issue in it. So if a person had a way of filling that out right then and there and submitting it directly to the committee for consideration, I think it would be very helpful.
I would support that. And I think this is maybe a good, at least a start, if not what could be used directly. I think your last statement would have to be something considered, depending on how many of these came in. Would there need to be some sort of gatekeeper? I just don't know. It's nice to have the idea of everything being submitted, having this group consider. Would that get unwieldy? I don't know. We'd have to just see. But I like the idea of their being able to make some sort of suggestion that would come at least to the committee, if not in this meeting itself.
You could potentially forward to the subcommittee, like if you had a subcommittee that's graduate, one that's 2-year, one that's 4-year, on a very, high level, you could at least maybe forward those to the subcommittee for consideration or for their recommendation. Do we then pass it on to the committee or what? But somebody would need to, you're right, it creates a little more work in some respect, because you'd need to respond to the person who actually presented the idea, so they don't just feel like it's lost.
Well, so the discussion last time was, I think I volunteered Jane to be the person. And then it sparked into a conversation of, hey, have a subcommittee, whether you want to call that proposal subcommittee, I don't, communications, and then that person or that committee, and it would be small, would be in charge of bringing that forward to this meeting.
Okay, one of the things that I need to remind everyone is that the list of things to be discussed as possible proposals does need to be vetted by the coordinating before it comes here to the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And so if the idea of them compiling it and responding to it, that's wonderful, because having one person trying to do that is going to get very difficult. And if we have the subcommittees, as you suggest, what we would do, probably what would make sense is say, if you're going to have a meeting on this date, then 2 weeks prior to that, the subcommittee would compile whatever they have and forward it to me or to whomever, and then we would get that approved and sent on for consideration by the committee. But that would be a nice way to share, to break out the burden of doing that, but also get all of the information in a single document that would come to the committee.
Here he is.
So as far as on the subcommittee break, but about the subcommittee breakdown, I think what I'm hearing somewhat is to make it not so granular, but do maybe 3, like Michelle and Joy, and I think it's being implied, have the undergraduate, graduate, and 2-year application subcommittees. Because what was happening, at least from my perspective, we had a scholarship subcommittee, we had a 4-year, it was just an undergraduate subcommittee, where 2-year were part of that, and so we're running kind of all over the room, and maybe this would eliminate that, and if this particular group of people, once the questions were sent through the coordinating board, maybe this group, if they were received in enough time, could see the questions even prior to our advisory committee. And in the past, what we've done as far as whenever we had subcommittees, the co-chairs would be, if you had 5 or 6 subcommittees, the co-chairs would be a representative on each one of those, kind of divided up, just so if there was some concern, there would be, someone there that could relay that information to the coordinating board representative also, is how we've done subcommittees as well. This is just what I'm thinking I'm hearing, so just my 2 cents.
Would we need international? I was kind of thinking in terms of what apps are out there. Do we need a subcommittee for? What's your?
I can see both ways. My issue with the international is that if it becomes too granular at that point, because I want to be on I want to be on the undergraduate application, but my office also processes the international, and so then I'm trying to sit on 2 committees. And so I can see, because in some institutions, international is completely separate. You could have a completely separate representative on that piece. So it could go either way, but I can see where when you start talking about international, that would be almost like having also a readmit application, but that to me still falls under the 4-year as well. So we could be, I think under a 4-year umbrella, we could still talk about international. We could still talk about the readmit application, the freshman application, without having to get quite so granular.
And one of the things that might be, also help with that is if there are issues that came in that were regarding the international, that also be shared with the 2-year app group. Because again, part of what we're looking at now is trying to get those 2 applications to share or be gathering similar comparable information.
So in that instance, it would make more sense to probably have an international application. That way 2 and 4-year representatives are on there versus having a 2-year, 4-year, and then we're really not talking together. So in that instance, I would recommend that there be an international subcommittee, graduate subcommittee, 2-year and 4-year.
Will those be handling the dual credit questions that are coming up? Need a separate group specifically to address dual credit as used in the apps, the different apps?
That is such a dynamite topic right now.
I think it may need to be its own separate, only because both the 2-year and 4-year institutions needed to be a part of that conversation, but more importantly, high school counselors and those helping those students get into these dual credit programs as well. I think some input from that group would be welcomed.
That got Jarrell up.
No, I apologize. I'm not dressed today. I'm Gentex day for us. So I was just wondering, from when you started earlier, what are we trying to solve for the different subcommittees? I know we previously had a lot more subcommittees. Over the last few meetings, we haven't had that many. And I was just trying to get to what you were trying to solve. I know we talked about, Michelle brought up having a way to people to get on the website and be able to kind of answer some of the questions we had to help us on these recommendations. So what were we trying to solve? What was the question? We were talking about more subcommittees, and I was trying to figure out what we were trying to get to.
It's really to get more schools involved, and so hence the discussion about proposals in the form. So because a subcommittee can consist of non-committee members, that would be able to, we get more input that way.
And previously, I was under the impression that when we went out, or when you all actually done, when you go out to do the conferences and you have the different committees that you serve on, that's where a lot of that feedback was coming from, that or the help desk. So, and the subcommittees previously, if I remember correctly, were to debate certain issues and get kind of granular so you wouldn't spend the board's time, everybody's time at one time doing that. Is it now what I'm hearing is one of the bigger concerns is you don't feel like you're getting enough input from the institutions other than yourselves. Okay. And the conferences that we go to or that you do the trainings aren't enough to get that or don't provide an opportunity to do that. Is that correct?
I think so, because sometimes what happens, at least at those conferences, there's a wonderful job of planning and around, so everyone who needs to be at those things can be at the workshop, be at the actual sessions, but sometimes I think, things happen, either they're not able to attend the conference or there's another session that they need to go to that would impact their job even more than the particular. I think it's just making sure that all of our institutions have, making sure that we're communicating and so that they know what, so we know more about what we're only a sampling of the institutions, making sure that we're getting feedback from them. And I think through having work groups rather than subcommittees is a way to do that, but also the communication and then also the plan for the proposals will give us an opportunity to better allow those that may not be on the advisory committee an opportunity to know what occurs here. So that way, if in the future that this is something of interest for their institution to serve on, it gives them an opportunity of a chance to know how they can impact institutions across the state. At least this is from my perspective.
And I will say that after, for example, TACRO, we come back with a lot of suggestions. But because it's there, but later on, like right now, there is kind of a lull. We feel like if there was a forum or if they were a part of a subcommittee, they would keep that Apply Texas hat on and kind of think about, how we can improve or changes and so if we had that consistency throughout the year, of course we're going to try to bring back things from conferences and other groups that we're a part of, but we want to try to make sure that we're still
more systemic.
Ongoing.
Yes, and like ongoing and including maybe schools that
You can't attend the workshop.
right.
Or,
So what we, and I think recently, some school districts are starting to want to give input, and you all know about our
Yes.
legislation to kind of allow their sort of input. Would you feel comfortable with Jane, myself, other folks coming back with a way to what I'm trying not to do is have more subcommittees, more things that add on to what you already do. I'm trying to be really good at one thing as opposed to trying to be good at all things, but I do think there's a value to systemically having a way for people other than the ones who are on the group, school districts, other folks, other than help desk, because you don't want them to just call when they have a complaint. You want them to be kind of soliciting ideas and things that they may want to come up with. There's other options like Gov Delivery, other ways we can actually possibly reach out to folks to get this sort of input systematically so everyone knows that is where it's coming in. That way we're not adding on to having more work groups and more subcommittee groups that may add to it. But I do think there's a value to having a way that they are constantly being informed versus, hit or miss or waiting till in between.
Well, I was going to say, and I agree. One of the things when we were preparing for this meeting that we discussed was really thinking and challenging ourselves to think about the subcommittee, the way the subcommittees were set up, which is why we came up with the work groups. Are they necessary? And because last year they were not necessarily, except Joy had some international things she brought back, but we didn't have a lot of work come out of the subcommittees for the last year. So I think I like the idea, and I think our idea is to allow more input. I don't know that, I don't even know for sure if I believe having work groups would do that. And I want to also caution us as we go forward with thinking about work groups. At this point in time, if you set up work groups now, you have one meeting left to make any changes. So it's like you would have to we have TACRO coming up, and you would set up a work group, and then they would start really getting going after TACRO, and it's too late for this semester. But I like what you're saying, Jarrell, about having maybe a forum that is different from the TACRO listserv, because for instance, I put something out on the TACRO listserv, and I heard from 4 people. Wasn't a lot of activity, but if we had, and maybe we already do, and I'll say that outside of the IT listserv, I don't know, but if we had an Apply Texas listserv that anyone who's interested in Apply Texas issues could join, that would give a forum for people to be able to have conversations, to ask for, have opportunities to ask questions. How do you handle this? How can I handle this? And also, you'd have the interested parties joining that. So if you need to send something out, it would be like having a work group, but it is a listserv so that everyone gets a chance to entertain ideas instead of us having these 5 people are going to talk about this issue, and these 5 people are going to talk about this issue. So that's just a suggestion that I thought of to throw out, and it was along the lines of what you were saying.
Can we look into that and then on the next, come back with a suggestion, a recommendation? Because
Yeah.
I think that's very reasonable what you just laid out.
Well, and you alluded to, I know when the high school counselors came for that panel, that was extremely helpful, you know,
Yes.
because, I mean, they're the ones who are with the students. I would love to have their feedback. You know, we're sitting here talking about earlier about what words the students don't understand on the app. Well, who knows better than those students and the people who are working directly with them? And we can guess, like our dual credit question, we're guessing all day long about how do we make this make sense? Well, let's get some feedback, and if we can engage the people who are working with the students, engage the students even some way, that's helpful. That's very helpful.
Well, and I like the idea of the submission form in that even if we don't have subgroups, we could at least appoint a point of contact. So someone who is the 2-year person or the grad for each app type to then at least work with the coordinating board on culling through all of that stuff. And especially with, not that it's a huge rate of turnover, but you know, people cycle on and off. And then this way, at least you're just changing the point person. You're not having to change a whole makeup of a committee. And I know for me, I just don't think about something until I'm working in the app. And so I'm in there being like, okay, is this something I can do, or is this something they could add? And if I have a link there to just submit a recommendation or a request while I'm in it, it's going to be, or, you know, a month before the next meeting on the different various listservs, say, hey, just a heads up, if you've got a list of suggestions or whatever, you can send them here, or there's a reminder, there's the submission form right on the Apply Texas site. So this way, counselors can see it on the counselor suite or what have you. It's just a way to be like, oh, right, I'm here, this is the question, let me, boom, submit it. And then
it's in the
then
moment.
Operationally, we can figure out how we're going to manage that, but at least it's out there and people can say, hey, there's a question.
We can figure a protocol.
And one thing I do want to point out, and I think you all know this, or it comes up periodically, not only add, but subtract. Sometimes, particularly some schools will say, do you really need this? And we have to go back through, find out what's really needed for admissions, what's really needed for data collection versus stuff that we've kind of left or, you know, haven't thought about. And there would be opportunities to do that. And I don't know how many people actually come through the help desk once they're in the app, then they go do it or what may have you. But we would definitely want to consider putting down some suggestions, getting it back to, bring them before the next meeting so you can see them before, so when you walk into the next meeting, say, let's move forward with this. If you're comfortable with that, we'll gladly do that walking out of here.
And to support what you just said about subtracting that, the survey that we have, that sometimes is the comments we get. You know, this was, why did I have to fill this out? You know, and I didn't do this. Why is this relevant to me? So there's, from the student's point of view, there's often, they don't understand exactly what the schools need, but sometimes there's some ideas coming out of there about their experience, and then we can ask the questions about whether they should really have to deal with that.
So I'm tasking Jane and I and the rest of us to come back with some suggestions prior to the next meeting. Say, hey, this is what we heard, what we think might be good for you all, and give you a couple of them. And then when you come back to the next meeting, you kind of have an idea of what you want to, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Michelle said she'd like to volunteer.
No, I said.
Oh. I'm pretty.
No, let me correct that. I said we like a volunteer.
Oh, we like a volunteer.
That means we like Jarrell volunteering.
I was say, all I heard was Michelle say volunteer. I was like, Michelle would like to volunteer. Yeah, she wasn't even on the microphone. Very good. Okay, while you guys were working on the work group discussion, I was playing with the question more. I don't know that I helped it because it still looks really long. But Jane is going to print this out for us while we're having our lunch. Lunch is here, so we're going to be taking our lunch break, but I wanted to read this one more time. I think we could probably email this out to the ones that are on the phone so they could have a chance to take a look at it. As soon as I read this, I will email it to you, Jane. It'll be a new copy. But here's what here's what it says now. The Applied Texas Committee is considering opening the annual application cycle on July 1 instead of August 1. The committee is considering this change in order to keep Applied Texas in line with other state and national applications who will open their applications on July 1, and also to accommodate the earlier opening of the FAFSA. The suggestion is to make this change beginning July 2017 for the 2018-2019 application cycle. This change would provide each institution the opportunity, but not require them, to open the application as early as July 1. Please answer the following questions to assist us in determining if we should move in this direction. Are you in favor of this change? What changes/concerns exist that would preclude you from making this change or make this change difficult for your institution? Would your technical teams be able to complete testing and be prepared to receive the Applied Texas application a month earlier? Would you consider attending the Applied Texas workshop earlier, for instance in May or early June, to assist in preparation for opening July 1? And how can the Applied Texas team assist you to successfully make this transition?
The only thing I would say, excuse me, you talked about doing something a month earlier.
Yes.
In one of your last 2 or 3 things.
Yes.
I'd say a month earlier than, the problem is, are you talking about a month earlier than July 1? Or are you talking
Got
about
you.
a month earlier than August 1?
Well, I could actually say, would your technical teams be able to complete testing and be prepared to receive the Applied Texas application on July 1?
Yes.
Good.
And instead of would, I'll change it to could. So could your technical teams be able to complete testing and be prepared to receive the Applied Texas application on July 1? Good catch. Yeah, so could your technical teams complete testing and be prepared, oh, now my computer froze, and be prepared to receive the Applied Texas application on July 1? Your technical teams complete testing, okay. So I will send this to Jane, and we can continue during our lunch break to tweak, so that we'll have our final wording before we adjourn. We'll have adjourn for lunch at this time. When we come back, we'll have this question and any edits to the question, and we'll be looking at a review of the proposed changes to the Applied Texas application cycle that we've received. Oh yeah, how long will we break for lunch? 30 minutes? Oh, so 12:15, 12:20? 12:15? 12:15. We'll resume at 12:15.
I think we're going to go ahead and get started. And Jane has given us all copies, and also I believe it was sent out to those on the phone. Does anyone have any suggestions with the changes that were made to the questions in regard to the changing the application cycle?
I have a suggestion. That we say the Apply Texas Advisory Committee, get the name in there, is considering a request to open the annual application cycle so that it doesn't appear that it's,
A done deal.
Foregone conclusion.
yeah,
Just us?
that it's just us.
Okay.
Done.
Okay. Okay, and is the decision that the question will go out, and then based on feedback received, that's when we'll also, I'm just questioning in regard to changing the workshop? Is that still pending based on the feedback received from?
Wait, I'm sorry. I have a message. I have to get to my message. Melissa did, and well, you're on the phone, you could actually read this yourself. Melissa did reach out to Chuck and got a response. Melissa, do you want to read it yourself, or would you like me to read it?
You can read it because it's on my cell phone and I'm using my cell phone.
Oh, well, there you go. That is a really good reason. So she reached out to Chuck, who was the person who was working on the contract for the combination of the 3 events. And this is what he wrote back. This past spring, TACRO signed a new 3-year contract with the DoubleTree that intended to include Speedy and Apply Texas meeting in the middle of the university and community college summer meetings, as encouraged by the 2015 town hall meeting and approved by the TACRO Executive Committee. It has only been recently that potential issues with the Apply Texas deadline shift came to light. While I don't think the exclusion of Apply Texas meetings creates a problem with the 3-year DoubleTree contract, TACRO has not discussed the new revelation to the best of my knowledge. And I'm thinking there is a discussion happening on Monday because he's looking forward to discussion. Did I hear someone earlier say there was something?
No, I'm sorry, Becky, this is Melissa. That's a different discussion.
Oh, different discussion happening. I was like, I know someone said something about a Monday discussion. So that's what he said, that it definitely was extended with the idea of combining it, but he doesn't know if this would necessarily affect the contract. You're on exec. When does exec meet next? Michelle's on exec.
November 12th,
Oh, yeah, like the conference.
right before the conference.
You think about that, how quickly you forget.
And my follow-up item was to find out when TCC's conference is, and it's May 24th through 26th.
Right before Memorial Day.
Right before, correct. Correct.
So if I think that we do need to talk with exec pertaining to this contract to make sure we don't put them in a bad position, because it was something that came out of this committee and last year to combine them.
As well as the town hall discussion, because that did occur at not only the advisory committee, but it was also the membership that
Right, like
brought
the
this up
idea.
as well.
So and then it was at the TACRO Town Hall meeting. From those 2 conversations is where this came. So I think we do need to talk with TACRO to see, would this put them in a bad position with contract and not being able to meet that contract? I did add the question, no, I don't know if anyone noticed, I did add a question about attending Apply Texas when I was doing the edits a while ago to see, I didn't know exactly how to word it in such a way that it would say, do you have to attend this conference? So instead, I tried to bolster more attendance by saying, would you attend this conference, to see what kind of suggestions we get back. But if there's someone who wants to work with that wording, because it's not really the same question. Since I said, would you consider attending Apply Texas, instead of saying, do you need the Apply Texas workshop to occur earlier in order to meet a July 1 opening, which is, I could rephrase it to be something like that.
I would think that wording sounds like an important question to ask.
Okay, so it's more of the, do you need, let's see.
Is there a need?
How about is attendance at the Apply Texas workshop necessary? I don't want to say necessary. I don't want to make it sound like, because I don't want them to say nope, and then we go, well, we don't have to have it anymore, because I think it is valuable.
Yeah. I'm not sure, are we talking about being able to give them information earlier in some other format?
Wondering how many universities actually need the workshop to occur in order to meet the testing requirements versus use it in order to build their own knowledge base of Apply Texas.
Right.
So I know that at my institution, our IT folks don't need that workshop to do the testing.
Okay.
They're going to do it on their own because they're going to get the information from the Apply Texas technical team, and they're going to already have started before they ever get to the workshop. So I know on my case, we use it for knowledge and to learn more about Apply Texas now. Other universities are using it. So that's why it's like the question that we were wondering, though, because if that's all you use it for, then it really doesn't have to occur earlier in order to open. So we're trying, the ultimate need for the question, which I haven't worded right yet, is do you need this workshop in order to prepare to open?
Maybe do you rely on?
Yeah, that's a good way to say it.
Because I'm
I
sitting
like that wording with rely on.
Yeah, good word.
And I do think there are a lot of smaller schools that do, but that I think that will make more sense to them.
I like that too.
And I think I'm getting a little bit concerned about this, and as I'm thinking about this more in the fact of what is this going to, are there going to be a large number of institutions that will be unable to attend this workshop if it's moved in May, especially because of what they've already allocated for their budget for travel? As, you know, I'm thinking of smaller or even community colleges in general. Is this mainly being tailored for universities only and not community colleges? I know we want this specific question, and maybe I just need to hush, and I'll say that in a moment after we finish talking about the question, because this particular question is for the IT people, really, for them to, how is this impacting them? But if we do move it, what's going to happen with attendance in that particular workshop? Because there are people that attend the workshop that aren't IT people, so they receive the information. So, and then what's going to happen if it's moved to May or early? I don't know. I need to gather my thoughts a bit more.
No, that's a good question. When you start out with budget, if budget concerns, I don't think any of us have budgets that open June 1. So
I'm talking about the current year budget, because not that we've even announced that this is at least I don't think the announcement's been made that how TACRO has planned it to be is a week long, and we're saying now we're going to pick it up possibly and move it and put it in May. I'm just a little bit concerned about that with everybody at these institutions that wear many hats, that financial aid, grade reporting, commencement.
I don't think it can happen in May.
And that's what I'm.
Well, and the impact of FLSA on everyone's budget.
Well, that's going to be a big impact.
So-
I don't think, especially now that we know when TCC is, I don't see this being able to happen in May. Because if you move it back another week, we're up against graduation.
So I think it is a very important question that this is asked, if this is going to impact this IT group or the people that actually do these things.
Has there been any discussion about not implementing this year, but waiting a year? Okay, I'm sorry.
That was, in previous meetings, that was the question, is that do we try to implement now, or do we wait another year and have an extra time to actually roll it out? And I think that's where the conversation now has led to this poll about how is this going to affect our membership, because we don't know. And so the question now says, do you rely on the Apply Texas workshop in order to prepare for the testing and opening of the application? I should say Apply Texas application.
Oh, okay. So now we're asking a question to everyone about the workshop. Okay, I'm okay with this question, the original question of moving, because that's the issue, right? I can see that poll being very beneficial, and it's going to a select group. But this question, how did this question come up? Because shouldn't it be dependent upon the answers of this first original poll?
That's what I'm
Whether or
saying.
not
I'm sitting here thinking, how is this going to impact? Because a large part of this, because we said this isn't everyone having to select this particular, I mean, community colleges don't have to open July 1. Not all this is optional.
Right.
I just want to make sure that everybody because I think it's clearly stated that it is optional, but we're making a big decision of a committee that I think everyone, I mean, not a committee, but a workshop that everybody, that's why I should have waited until, I didn't mean
And I
to
think
derail us.
that's why I added it to this, is that if we're going to, let's say we decide we are opening July 1, and then we get, let's say, more than 4 people respond to the poll, and it's a large percentage say, yes, I rely on the workshop in order to prepare for the opening, and we've scheduled it in July. That's something we have to consider.
So you're adding this question to that poll?
This is that poll.
Oh.
Yes, it is. I was reading the poll and just thinking, okay, we're primarily talking about universities in this, and just wanted to make sure that we were, and I think we are being all encompassing, because we want to make sure that people are, whoever helps support our own IT people, and if we have outside, our software provider, if they're the ones that I think we're encompassing everyone.
Yeah,
I just
okay.
wanted to make sure that, I should have held my comment for a moment.
So I didn't understand that you were adding that question to that poll. I thought you were trying to poll again, just about the workshop.
I just added one, previously I added a question to the poll.
Okay.
But I wrote it in a way that didn't say, do you rely on this? I like the rely word. I had actually said, hey, will you attend the workshop in order to prepare?
Right, okay.
And I thought that's really not the question. The question was, do you have to have this workshop in order to prepare? So I like the rely on.
Okay.
So yeah, that is the same poll.
Okay.
Do you want to have a follow-up question asking if it were scheduled for April? Or do you want to ask them any question about the scheduling of it, or just to have that work out once you know how many would rely on it?
So we can say if yes, because it says, do you rely on the Apply Texas workshop in order to prepare for the testing and opening of the Apply Texas application? If yes, when is the best time to schedule?
And have them indicate April or May. I think April is the only one that sounds like it makes any sense. I don't think we could do it in March, right?
What else is in April?
So I don't, it may be a moot question.
Yeah, I put it as a new
Maybe that our
question.
only option is to do it in April.
Unless they say they don't need that long, and then it could be in June. Right now, we're 6 weeks ahead of opening. And so if someone comes back and says, really, and I don't know what people are going to say, but what if they come back and say, oh, it'd be fine in June, first part of June? Or if they come back and say, actually, we don't rely on this at all, and we're already doing our testing, and it's just nice to kind of talk about it.
So the follow-up question could be, what would be your preferred timeline? You could have early June.
Can we pose it as not dates, but rather, would you benefit more if the workshop were prior to opening and you're using it as informational, or after as discussion pieces? Does that make sense?
Acro's in April.
Acro.
I don't know, right now, it says, it's 2 questions right now. Do you rely on the Apply Texas workshop in order to prepare for the testing and opening of the Apply Texas application? If yes, when is the best month to schedule this workshop to occur in order for you to be prepared for the Applied Texas opening? For Applied Texas to open?
And I'm trying to just place myself in, like, taking the survey, what would I answer? And to me, it really is going to depend on, my question's going to be like, well, what are the changes? Are they going to affect me in a way that I'm going to need? And I think we're going to get some of that, too. Because they're going to be like, well, maybe, maybe not.
This is going to go to technical people, right?
Yeah.
It's
Some years, some years they will, and some years they won't.
We're not changing the process. We're not adding additional changes. We're just giving it to you earlier. So, I mean, if that's not clear, are you saying that part is not clear?
We don't know what changes.
Right. Well, right, but they're different every year.
Oh, yes, if we could actually, they may write back and say it depends on the changes. Because they don't know if we're going to give them a big change or if it's going to be small, easy changes. But I do agree that that's the same every year. And we've never asked them before when would be the best time to have the workshop. We just force them to come in June if they want to come to the workshop. I'll be interested to see how many say they have to have the workshop in order to make the changes. So right now I have it as 2 questions, which actually isn't what Christine was saying, because I hadn't wrapped my head around how to say it yet. So right now I have, do you rely on the Applied Texas workshop in order to prepare for the testing and opening of the Applied Texas application? If yes, when is the best month to schedule the workshop to occur in order for you to be prepared for Applied Texas to open? I'll put July 1, to open July 1, just so they're like, wait, when? Oh, in case they've missed it along the way, July 1. Every other sentence says July 1. We think that would do it. And again, it is going to technical teams, so they probably will already think this has way too many words in it.
Stop reading it, not
Yes.
answer.
So do we want to, I guess that we could have comments, a comment section at the end, but IT teams typically, I don't really think, make a lot of comments. Do they? They're not usually really verbose. For them to circle. Please, sir, please answer with emoticons, emojis.
I think it's a nice courtesy to give an option to give comments, whether they use it or not.
I will put it at the bottom. So now, at the bottom, it says comments.
Okay.
No question mark, just comments.
And this is to be sent out by Tim using his IT listserv, or, yeah?
Well, IT listserv, and then I think you really ought to send it to the Applied Texas contacts, yeah, because you don't want the IT team going to the admissions office and saying, hey, I hear, and they have no idea. Yeah.
I agree. And at schools like us, I mean, our IT person changes on that from year to year. It's just whoever they might assign us. And so it may have a name, but that's not really the person who's going to do the work or sign the work.
Does, Jane, do you have someone here at the coordinating board that's a good editor? I'm not, and I usually use a lot more commas than I need to.
Sure.
So someone needs to check.
Sure, you're welcome to send it our way.
Okay, someone really needs to check. I have 2 people in my office that check all of my writing, so I need someone to check before they.
I get Deanna to do it. Proofing, wording.
And taking out
and
probably half my
punctuation,
commas. I like commas a lot. Comma.
What? Comma?
Comma. I like them, comma, a lot. Most likely I spelled a lot wrong. Okay, so I will save this version, knowing that you guys are going to edit, and I will send, and we'll call this final unless any other changes you think about can be sent on. All right,
And you'll send that to me?
I'm going to send you right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all for your help. Can't wait to see the results.
Okay, now we are going to go on to the review of proposed changes to Applied Texas applications or procedures. Tim?
So you should have the printout, proposal list. As we look at the first page, I can go ahead and tell you that number 3 is done. And actually already in the app. This was a situation where students were answering none of the above when they really shouldn't have even been answering the question. And so it's now just in a show hide where it won't appear at all unless they answer the previous question a certain way, in which case they should answer that question. Students tend to sometimes answer every question. So that doesn't need to be addressed at all. So we go up to the top, and these are, again, proposals that have just come in. Sometimes they're raised by one person, sometimes they're raised by a group of people, and we're just going to deal with them to see what they're not particularly recommended by the board or by us. They're just there for you to consider. So the first one was to show all custom questions at once instead of one at a time. The claim was that it would improve usability. They see questions one at a time and then save that and go to the next one. So this is open for discussion. I would say that this is probably not trivial to do, and also to keep in mind that if you wanted to bring them all back, we could be talking about 60 to basically bring back at one time. They are told now how many they have to answer, and it's obviously a lot cleaner on a page to see one and then go to the next one instead of scrolling down. Also, you've got the issue of how long does it take before you possibly time out if you're going to be answering lots and lots of questions. It's more modern in a way now to have most everything on one page. People don't like to scroll as much as we used to run into. But if the committee wants us to address that or wants it done and thinks it would be an enhancement, then that's up to you all to and then we'll take a look at it.
Tim, at some point in time, could you give us an idea of, in a given year, how many, you tend to kind of say things are trivial or not trivial or difficult. And if we have, under the current budget, what combination of these things can you do without it becoming a problem?
That's a good question. I would say, given the development cycle, I would say if you have large, any projects we would consider large, I would say if we did more than a couple of them, it would severely limit how many others we could do. So it's kind of a combination. If you think of them as large, medium, small, then there was one year we did, I think we had 17, and we did all of them. A lot of them were not really big projects. There might have been a couple of medium projects in there. So it kind of depends on a combination of things. I'm gonna guess this would be at least moderate, but again, we'd kind of have to do a better assessment of, we've done minimal assessment. If it got significant support from the committee, then we'd have to take a look at it and say, when that's part of what the priorities is about. Right, it could be a large project, but if it's number one, then we're going to tackle it. If it's not number one, but it's a large project, and it's number 9, then it would be more likely to not actually get done by the team.
This may actually complicate things, but it may simplify things. I'll just go ahead and lead with that. In the past, we actually, when we did our prioritization, we also had the IT team basically give us, this is our budget of hours that we have, and this is how many hours this would cost you. And so as the team went through, we were able to, as a committee went through, we were able to see we have 900 hours and this is going to take 500 of them. Now on your priority list, is this still worth it? And I don't know, because again, this is where all that magic happens. So I don't know how hard it is for you to come up with this is kind of the hours we have, or if that did make it more complicated than your high, medium, high, moderate, and low. And that, I'm just asking the question if that would help in allowing us to budget better and know what we're asking of you.
I'm not a huge fan of the hours thing, just because it's really hard to do.
Okay.
And it's hard to know how many hours you have, and it's really, I don't like being pinned down like that. I can maybe say, on an average, a large project might take this much time out of the resources we have. But beyond that, I'm trying to kind of say the same thing by saying, okay, we've got 2 large projects. This is one of them. Make your priorities, but be aware that if you say we have 2 large projects for you and they're the highest priorities we have, I can't promise a lot more. I'm trying to be as conservative as possible, and I'd rather come back and give you more than I promised, right?
Could we add a column to this where you would indicate?
Sure.
Or small, medium, or large?
Sure.
Okay.
That's what I was going to suggest. If we just stick with small, medium, large, and you add those, the data for the last 2 for each proposal, I think we'd be able to come to a conclusion from there.
Okay.
Tim, does, on those custom questions, if they're required, can you expose them? And if they're optional, then you leave them as a question that the student would have to open? Would that help?
Well, I guess it would depend on how many are required, but you mean bring all the required ones back at a time, at once?
All the required
and then
at
have
once.
the other ones?
That way they can see the questions they have to answer, and then the optional ones, the students open one at a time. I think that it was the functionality of it. When you look at this big, long list, in some cases, of questions, and you have to open it and you answer it, and then it closes back up, and then you have to open the next one. It's tedious, and it just has the feeling of, oh my gosh, I'm never going to get through this. So sometimes presenting the questions already open, student has a better perception of how long it's going to take them to finish. Doesn't seem quite as hard. That's another kind of solution, or a halfway point maybe, if it's better, I don't know.
And that would be, there are some medium measures like that, bringing back a smaller subset, which could be something that was prioritized, but is something we could look at that might not be as onerous a project, or have some of the issues of timing out and all of that as having them all would be. But I would default to having that a large project, and then if it turned out that could be pared down some way, that it wouldn't be as large. We wouldn't have to deal with some of the issues that bringing back, dozens of questions at one time, in terms of gathering the data, in terms of how long they have to answer it, these kinds of things. And then storing all the data for, 50 questions at once. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Removing questions in the scholarship app about parental income. This was something that was brought up that students often don't. This is the scholarship app. There's a question in there. Evidently, the students maybe get stuck on that. I don't know whether it's required at this point, but the question was, can we just get rid of this? The schools don't seem to, the students often don't know. And this is just something for you all to consider. Was that something you brought up, Michelle? I'm trying to remember who brought this up. I don't remember.
To remove it? No, I was the one saying we use this question to pre-qualify students for scholarships, so it's critical for us.
Is it and it probably isn't, I don't use scholarship apps, so forgive me. Is it the same question from the application that you use in scholarship, or is it worded differently?
I believe it's worded differently.
Okay. The reason I asked is this something we've talked before about being able to fill in information that students have already completed without making them complete it over again? That's why I asked.
A reason that they would be two different questions? Could those be made the same question and have it automatic fill?
That I don't know. I think the one in the app is probably for reporting purposes.
And it's a range.
It's a range.
One of them is a range, and one of them is, I guess
don't
you.
know.
All right. And I believe the one on the scholarship coincides with the way that it's on FAFSA. So I don't
More
know.
than likely, yeah.
So I don't know why there would be two.
How many of our institutions use the scholarship?
Is it 20-something? Use the scholarship app? Not that many? Really? Okay. It's used quite a bit by those because it's some of the larger schools, but.
Can you look at that, Rebecca? Can you look and see what the income question on the main app is and what it is on the scholarship? I don't get into the scholarship app much, so.
If that number is correct, and I believe it is, that shows that even though we only have a small group of schools, there are 92,000 apps, scholarship apps submitted.
Is that a required question now?
I don't know.
Required in the app?
Yeah, the parental income?
So-
In the regular application, it's not
Scholarship,
required.
Scholarship app, it may be.
Okay.
Not in there.
Okay, so in the application, it is optional?
Right. And it's like, as has been said, a little bit different. I certainly just editorializing, I'd be hesitant to remove a question that one of the main users of the app considers crucial. Even if it does occasionally cause problems if the student doesn't know how to answer it. So, okay. Yeah, okay. Having said that, it would be a small project to remove the question, if it's something you decide you want to do. Number 3's already been done. Number 4 is there's an inconsistency having to do with the relationship, and this would be a very small, it's simply adding something to a pull down and sending that data. It brings inconsistency between the education level and the relationship. The 5th one also is a very small, which is using Parent 1-2 in the scholarship app. We just want to make sure that that's okay. We have the father-mother. We've already updated to Parent 1-2 in the regular app. I don't know if the scholarship app is different in terms of how you use that information.
I don't use the scholarship application, but I would think we'd want it to be consistent between the two applications, and for the same reasons we changed the the application would make sense for the scholarship application to mirror that. I'm looking at Michelle to see if she's nodding.
That's correct, yeah, we would like that.
The address deliverability, I'm still looking into. We talked about it last time. I think it's a purchase of a vendor. I think we discovered that it was $10,000 a year for unlimited use. This would allow for addresses to be verified as deliverable rather than just standardized. I would say it's probably a moderate project in the sense that we're purchasing a product and then integrating it. We're having to make web calls back and forth. Mostly it'll just be some time testing is probably, and dealing with their API, their web service call. We already do a web service call to the TEA for the transcript requests, so there's some experience on the team in doing that kind of thing, but we'd have to test it out. I would be hesitant. I'd say it was moderate. I could certainly see that it's useful. What it means now is that if you put in the address of an apartment complex, but don't put the apartment, the standardization has no clue, our current software. But the deliverability would come back and tell us, okay, well, I've standardized this address and it exists, but by the way, it's an apartment complex and there's no apartment listed. So we'd have a problem delivering.
And so who takes on that cost? So we would.
That would be a cost of the app. I mean, that would be a cost that would need to be in the contract.
So it would just be changed. Okay.
Yeah, I think
absorbed.
I think I looked. It would be about a penny an app for everybody.
Okay. But we would need to let everyone know that.
Yeah.
There was a question raised at the last meeting when this came up about whether it could be done in such a way that getting an indication that it is undeliverable would not keep a student from being able to submit the application.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah, we could do what, they just tell us, they just answer the question, It's like what we do with the standardization now. If something can't be standardized, it doesn't mean they can't apply. It would come back and give us information, then we could do whatever we wanted.
The college would get the information that it was undeliverable, it wouldn't impact the application going on.
But it would prompt them, if they put in an address that requires an apartment, it would prompt them to include the apartment, correct?
Yeah, we could do whatever we want with the information coming back. Sometimes, because the software is pretty specific about what they know and don't know, but obviously it's open to error. In other words, they even will tell you that whether there is or is not a central location that mail goes to if there's no apartment number. So but I don't know how they do that. They may say, well, if there's an office that receives mail, then they'll say, okay, well, you didn't include, but if this is still deliverable because it'll get sent to the office. But if there isn't such a thing, then it'll come back and say, yeah, we found that address is deliverable, but it looks like it's an apartment complex from our information, and there wasn't an apartment there. And then we do whatever we want, whatever you want us to do with the information once we get it.
When would the prompt, when would we know the address isn't complete? At what point in the application process? Do the students have to submit it in order for us to know it's not complete, or does it happen before they hit submit?
It would probably happen on save like it does now when we do the standardization. I believe that the deliverability also does standardization. So we have a confirmation now that it's been standardized. So it should be on the save of that page.
Yeah, because our whole goal with this is to prompt a student to provide an address that's deliverable. Right. We are spending tremendous amount of time trying to track down a deliverable address, not to mention the cost, when you've mailed it and it comes back, and the cost of the envelopes and everything else that you've mailed. So,
well, at the point the student hits submit, then they can't go back to that page and change it, can they?
He's saying when they save that page
Save the page,
itself.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they aren't at the
All right,
submit
so when they
point.
save it, they can go back to a prior page and, I mean, if,
Yeah.
okay, I finished this page and I moved on to the next one, and now I find out that, how do I find out there was a problem on that prior question?
Whenever you hit save, it prompts you.
Okay, so that, before you can go on to the next one?
And you
Okay.
have to acknowledge.
Okay, thanks.
And so do you think it would come over similarly to the institution that says, would it be within the, are we thinking that it would be within the body of the application that we received that, right now there's a yes, no, that it's been standardized? Would we know that it,
We should be able to do that and send you whatever result came back from them and what the student, if the student said, yeah. I mean, I get that. We just moved and I run into all kinds of messages, make sure this is the right address because it's not in our system. And so I say, yeah, it's the right address. I think I've run once or twice, I've actually run into systems online where they can't deal with it because it's not, I have to go call them. But most of the time, they just say, oh, this doesn't look like a real address. If it is, click here and go on. So they would have that opportunity, and then we could pass that information on.
Does your estimate that this is a medium project take into effect these other kinds of things that would have to be done to?
I probably would modify that to say it's, once you start taking all those other things into effect, then it's a larger project.
And I don't think there is, Jane, but is there anything out with the universities where we would have to talk to them about change in fee structure before we would change the fee structure? I don't think there is, but I'm just asking.
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't realize who the question was for.
Oh, yeah, it was for me. Because I was just trying to think, well, with universities, if we're going to change a fee, there's approvals we have to go through.
Oh, I
So I was,
see.
is there anything written in? And I don't remember ever seeing anything, but I thought I would ask the question, make sure there's nothing we have to go out to the institutions and say, we're going to change the fee structure, and now this is going to be added in. I didn't think so, but I wanted to make sure.
That may be something that, in the long term, would be a good thing to consider, but the way the contract is set up with University of Texas is that there is an amount agreed upon for each given year of the contract, and that is in the contract itself. And so there's a provision that if it's less expensive than that, that we will get a refund, but no indication of what to happen if it goes above that.
Okay.
And I think, there's actually line item in there for, I guess, like professional services and stuff, which this could possibly go under that. That's the line item that we use for our penetration testing for security, which is also a third-party product.
Yep.
Turning the page. Number 7 is really trivial. It's just something we're seeing as we go through the app if there are ways to possibly add help or something. I think we wouldn't change text without talking to you all and the coordinating board of an actual question, but we might come back and say, okay, we're getting a lot of feedback from a survey or from some of our users that people aren't understanding the way this is worded. Can we word it differently? Or can we add this little help that says, what does this mean? International students and other students sometimes have a hard time with some of the wording. It's just kind of an ongoing, but we would bring back specifics. Number 8, there was a question, and I think this was just one or more people who said, I'd like to get the CEEB, which is also ATP. That's College Board, right? We'd like to get those codes whenever we can, even if it isn't the one we chose. So can you just add it? If you've got one for the schools in question, can you just add it when you send it? Right now, they can choose among several codes, and I believe it's the case, correct me, Rebecca and David, it's not actually one of the first choices, is that right? they don't choose it, but it's a secondary, if they choose one and that one's not available, we might send this one?
Right. You can choose FICE or NASC, which is our code, and then scrolling back up, then there's an option to use FICE if it's there, and then if there's no FICE code, use the ATP code, and then if that's not there, use the NASC code. But there's no just plain CEB.
So I don't know whether, I don't think this would be terribly difficult because we've already got it. We would just add it when we send it. But that was a request from somebody, from someone, I don't remember who it was, I think it was from last year, that just says, we'd like to get that code if you have it. As an additional, always get it instead of, even though we might have said, because we can't choose it to begin with. You don't let us choose it as an option. Now, that could be done too, is to add it to the options. Again, we'd have to have a fallback like we do on the other one. It would say, well, if we don't have it, then we send the other one. But that would be something that we could do that would probably be a small project. Just don't know if that gets any traction.
Does anyone remember who requested?
Okay.
Or maybe why?
I'm really hoping this isn't us. Because, and it was last year, and it was because we were going through an implementation of Recruiter, and we realized that there was a mixed match of numbers of FICE and regular codes, Apply Texas codes, and so it was causing an issue for us, and so we were just asking for all of the codes. I don't know is that we were asking for them to come over with the application. I think we were asking for just all of the codes that you had, that you were using, but if you're saying that you weren't using the SEEB codes, then it wouldn't have benefited us at the time anyway. So, and we obviously worked around it. If it is us, we can maybe drop this off the list. Otherwise, if it's someone else.
I think it was.
Yeah, I think, okay, thanks. Yeah. We don't.
Where did you sit last year? Oh, okay. I think, and we can drop it, and then if it won't be in our list, and if somebody really wanted that, they can bring it up, as we move forward. Number 9 is done and already in the app, adding the word count to custom questions and scholarship short answers. So we added the word count to the essays for last cycle. And
when you say last cycle, the 17, 18?
Yeah, that was when we changed the essays from, to add word count to them. And so this is just more making it consistent that we're enhancing usability. And then number 10, this is something that had come up that I think Michelle had talked about. And I know with UT, they can kind of send essays whenever they want, and A&M doesn't want them after a certain point, after the app is submitted. So this would be something for you all to discuss. Do you want a deadline for essays? And if so, how would we install that?
Yeah, let me clarify. It's not that we don't want it after the app is submitted. We don't want it after the app has closed. Okay, so.
The file is closed?
Once our application deadline.
Oh, I see.
Or we would like to be able to set a deadline for essays. I mean, it would be, we often will allow students to send supporting docs for a week after our app deadline. So if we could set a deadline, it would be like December 8th. But if we don't have the option of setting a separate deadline, then we would say do not transmit apps once the application deadline has been reached. Because we are getting essays in March, which is just, and it's worse, though, if it's in January, when we haven't finished making decisions, and they can potentially complete a file without us blocking them on our side somehow.
And it looks like there's 23 that are using essays right now, I'm guessing, so probably we'd want to consider whatever avenue we go down that each individual institution could determine their deadline date.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
if that's possible.
Yeah, I think it would be a new field, it'd be a new field in the admin site. Would you want, the essays are on more than one app type?
Yes.
So you would set different deadlines for app types. So we'd have to have one of those for each app type. Yeah, so you'd have to set your own deadline.
Yeah.
And I guess we would not default it to anything, so you'd have to put something in, or else you would, that way you could leave off, if you didn't want a deadline, you could leave it off.
Yeah, if you leave it off, then they keep coming no matter what.
Okay, I'd say this is medium. We already talked about opening later in the morning. There was already given, we were already given permission the last time we talked to open. We were thinking about 8 in the morning. I don't know how important 8 versus 8:30 is to you all, but basically, we asked to not open at 12:01 on opening on July 1st if we go there, August 1st, and that seemed to go with everybody. And I don't think that is anything that would take resources away from any of the other things you want. Number 12, we're already dealing with. And this will, we'll need to know this at the next meeting, whatever decision's being made.
And am I correct in assuming this is major?
Probably medium. It's, sure, I'll give it a large. I can see that no matter what I give it, it's going to be high priority if you do it. So, yeah, it's humongous. It's the only thing. If you want this, we're done. Okay. Okay. The next one, I think we're not sure this is happening, but I think it has to do maybe with the way that copies are made. Pooja brought this up, which we really appreciate after talking to some students, and due to her own experience, there was some idea that class, course, and extracurricular information doesn't copy over when a student copies. We tested that, and it looked like it does, but I think there may be some way of making it really clearer to the student what copies and what doesn't. They can copy anytime once they're past page 6 on like the freshman app, and this is on page 7 of the freshman app, so they could, and also obviously if they're copying from an app that doesn't have that module to an app to a school that does. So there are some complications with regard to whether that gets copied over. So I'll also say that I don't know whether this is the issue, but on our surveys, which I just looked at recently, several thousand since we opened, 50% of them said this was the hardest part of the app. That isn't necessarily related to copying, but I can certainly imagine if they had to do more than one and they didn't copy it and filled it out again, that would be that would double the difficulty of that particular section.
Is it feasible to add some instructions to explain when and why it does work that way, the way it's supposed to, so a student would have a sense of what they might have to do, maybe go another extra page or two in the first one in order for it to move over, whatever.
I think that's a good idea. I was talking with Pooja about that, how we could explain what copy means. Copy essentially is a snapshot at that moment of the app to that point. If you go back and change page 3 after you've copied, that doesn't automatically appear in the one you copied to. And it would also be, so in some ways it would be useful to have them, to tell them, if you really want, the further you go, the more is going to be copied. We don't necessarily want to make them do more, but.
You're not creating a link between those two.
Right,
that would cause
exactly.
later things to move over.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not integrated in that way. It's a snapshot. But I agree that we could possibly come up with some verbiage and come back with that, make it clear.
Small, medium, or large?
Oh, that would, just adding some text would be small. Basically, adding some explanation would be small.
Could you maybe even add a section where, could you explain that when they copy extracurricular activities from one application to another, if the second application does not require it, it does not transfer?
Or if they don't have it, sure, yeah.
Pooja, did you have the experience, though, of trying to copy from one school to another that did have extracurricular? Do you recall?
When I applied like a couple years ago, I remember it. I remember filling it out so many times for every application I filled out. Maybe it wasn't. I didn't notice if it was optional or required.
Okay.
But I used to like give everything that I had, so I didn't really.
And
check
we just made it optional, so it would have been mandatory at that time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, for some reason, I recall hearing that parts of the app did not copy over. But again, I can't say for sure. It may be that they hadn't filled it out. I don't know. For us, it would be very hard for us to test that. I'm not sure how we could do that
Because you already have it set up.
we're just in our own school.
Right.
I don't know.
We
I'll
tested
see if I
some,
can test it.
we tested some copying and all of you can go in and start an app somewhere and then copy it. You might get contacted by the school if you don't finish the app, but and this is also, something to think of going forward, because copying the app is obviously a real big part of what makes the whole process convenient, and yet, on the other hand, we also have to balance the desires of the schools to have as much customization as possible within the app, but it's something to remember as we begin to be able to opt out of certain sections of the app, that it might cut down on the usefulness of the copy function.
Is there a way for someone to know whether those parts are required at the other application? In other words, yeah, you don't know. Yeah, that could change every year, too. Okay, please disregard that question.
Well, it's not a bad question, because we'd have to look at, once they do choose the app and the semester, then we could possibly look at something like that, but I'm not sure exactly how it would work, because at that point, we do know what's going to go into the app. We'd have to see how we could do that and whether it'd be helpful at that point.
I think almost just because I have a high school senior and I know this, experiencing it right now, really to have, if we had once all of us put our applications in the system, if there was a guide that showed them A&M needs these 4 segments, UNT needs these segments, and that way they could do the application that required the most segments first, and then copy that application. That way they would know kind of the order of priority that they would need to do, so they get through the longest application first and then copy. And that way, by the time they got to UT Arlington and they don't require that portion, they don't have to type it again. But it's saved through the longest application that they've done. But right now, when they go in, they don't know what's required until they get to your application.
that was brought up before when we were talking, I think it was during lunch, about this with Pooja and some of the team. If you have one that has that module, then you copy to another one that doesn't, right? And then you copy the second one back to one that does, you've lost that third one's not going to have it, even though your first one did have it, because you didn't copy from the first one to the third one, you copied from the second one to the third one. So it can be complicated that way. And if there's a fourth, no. So I think, yeah, some explanation would help. These are good ideas about whether there's a way they could know up front kind of what. I like that idea. I'm not sure how we'd do it, but I like the idea of, you know, let me fill out the one that has the most in it first.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Yeah, the coordinating board has something.
well, the general application information spreadsheet, I honestly couldn't figure out where that data had come from. You know, I took the prior form and then updated it, but I don't know where they find whether
Well,
you use part 1, 2, 3, 4, et cetera.
A long, long time ago, when we had the paper option as well, we all, every year, had to go in and update. Inside the front cover, there were the directions and that chart.
Oh.
And each institution, before we would open the cycle, we had to go in and update for our section. Here are the sections that we need, essay yes or no, which essay do you want?
I like that idea.
A special time, a long, long time ago.
Well, what I have done is I took out those 2 columns because I didn't know the source of the data, and I added a column for your each school's email address, because we had the website but not the email address, so I just used that space for that purpose. We still have the essay, what you request for essay, and your application fee and your deadline. So those are there, but I took off the 2 parts that had to do with parts of the application you fill out, because it didn't make any sense to me, and I had no way to proof it and update it. And so I added the email address for the admissions office.
Opt in and out. Like Texas, it seems
See what we're opting in and out of.
and this one's opted out.
You know what?
Dual credit, yes or, you know.
What would be even better, because it's what students probably are used to anyway, is be able to say, I'm interested in applying to A&M and UT, and of course UNT, and of course,
Not necessarily in
of
that
course.
order.
And especially if they would all apply to UNT, if we can make that happen. But no, what I was going to say is, you know how you compare? You can compare, I want to compare this car with this car and this car, and then you say, I'm interested in these applications, and now compare them so you can see which one had the most pieces, and say, and then, you know, we recommend you fill out the one that is the most thorough application and then copy to the others. And then they could actually compare and see A&M and UT want everything and they both want the same essay, so I'm gonna do that one and then I'm gonna copy it to the others.
That's a large.
It's a large, but it would be awesome.
We should just have UT automatically send its apps to you all. as soon as-
Good with that too.
Back in '85.
Yeah, that's right.
So what you're describing is exactly how the common application works. Students actually don't, they just fill in the required biographical information first, and then they select their colleges, and then they put in what the requirements are for each college, so they can compare it across. There's no copy because it's all standardized,
Right.
and then each college has their custom questions, per se.
It's essentially, you go through a section which is completely common, and then you say, I want to go to these 3 schools, and then you have to do the separate section for each school, right? And then, so your copy is essentially that it all comes from one data set that is common. And ours is a little more customized along the way, so the copy is wonderful, but it does have its drawbacks, especially as we have optional sections.
So on this, are we agreed to just improve the instructions to help
Yeah.
the student have a sense of how to make it most efficient by doing the, again, if they don't easily know how to identify which school is most complete in the requirements, advising them to do the longest one first doesn't help them much.
Yeah, yeah, we're getting into a pretty complicated set of instructions, possibly. Not everybody's son or daughter is going to be that smart to figure out which ones to do first. But we can certainly try to explain it. We could look at having some, allowing them to know once they've started an app to a school what the modules are. I mean, they're already there, but they already show them.
But adding an instruction that that we recommend they complete one application before they copy, because the only thing that will be copied, that they're not linked together or whatever, however that works.
Right.
Okay.
And as an aside, I don't know if we mentioned this in the last meeting, because I'm not sure exactly when it happened, but one of the things that came back on the survey was a request for the students, for the applicants to know where they are in the app and what pages have already been saved and ready to move on, and that's in there now. There's a little check that shows, and other apps do that too. That lets you know what you've saved and have moved on, which it didn't do before. This next one has to do with changing the wording when there actually isn't an app fee. Currently, we have some wording, but it's possibly not. The suggestion is that the wording isn't as good as it could be. One complication for us is just we don't necessarily know whether there is an app fee. We just know they don't show it. They don't collect it through Apply Texas, but.
If we enter 0, it still shows that wording. And so even if the institution enters 0, could
Okay.
you at least show $0 there, that there is no app fee? Because right now it looks like we didn't enter anything, as opposed to, well, we entered 0, but it's just reading as nothing. So that's really where the question comes up. Because we do enter 0, but
Yeah.
it's still showing like this institution didn't enter any information about their app fee.
Okay. That's probably a numeric field, right? So I don't know that we can tell the difference between blank and 0 at this point. We'd have to, can you charge like a dime or something?
Say free?
Yeah, there you go, yeah. I guess we ought to be able to tell the difference between whether they really added anything before it gets to our file, and we'll look at that. Would that take care of it if we?
If you could show 0, that would be fine too. It's just, right now it looks like we didn't.
Right. I think this is probably small.
Can you opt in and opt out of that? I thought on the 2-year app you could opt out of displaying the fee module, and I may be completely, maybe that's what I'm getting confused from. That's probably, you're right. Sorry.
I'm not talking about it, and I'm only talking about the confirmation page at the very end where it says, yeah, the information portion.
Okay. This next one came from Michelle. So tell us again, for students who indicate they have graduated from high school, I think, isn't the grad date required?
It has everything to do with the GED.
Oh, yeah.
If a student answers the GED question, whether it's yes or no, it wipes out their high school graduation date. And
I think we've wrestled with this before where they really shouldn't be answering.
they shouldn't be
Yeah.
answering it.
So-
But even if a student has a GED, I believe the student will associate the GED date with their high school graduation. I mean, I would like to have everybody have to put a graduation date on the four-year app. I don't know that there would be, y'all can tell me, are there
We wouldn't call
students?
it graduation.
Huh?
Completion maybe, but not
Well, it's-
real graduation.
Completion of degree maybe or something?
Yeah.
And would you future date it for the dual applicant? Or would we have to be able to take that option off if they say, yes, I'm taking dual credit?
No. It says, when do you anticipate
Oh, anticipate.
completion of high school or at least fix the thing on the GED, because we are just getting so many that are blank. We're getting a 0 and a slash in the data.
They don't equate graduation with completion of the degree.
Well, it appears it's getting wiped out. It appears they've entered something, and when they get to the GED question and they answer it, then it seems to negate the high school. Something's happening and it's getting worse.
It looks like it's an audit, and we did add not applicable this last time, so that if the student feels like they have to say something, instead of saying no, in which case they're not even supposed to answer the question. If they answer no, they're just saying, if you did not graduate from high school,
Right.
then do you have a GED? So if they answer no, they're saying, well, I didn't graduate from high school,
Right.
and I don't have a GED. So we go back and say, well, then we're going to get rid of your expected graduation date. And maybe we need to look at that audit. What we tried to do this time was make it not applicable. Another thing we could look at is, would it be possible to not show this unless there's a condition in which we should show that question? Does that make sense?
Well, or if you change it where even if they say no, but they've entered a high school graduation date, leave the date. I'd rather err on that side than the other. I mean, it's not that they can't enter the date.
Right.
It is wiping it out.
Isn't it theoretically possible for someone to take a GED anytime? So someone could have graduated high school and later take a GED? We see some people trying to do that to gain access to the 36-month approach. So,
I don't know. And
so the
like
two
I
are
said,
not
I'm
necessarily in
mutually
conflict,
exclusive.
so
Yeah.
it may
Separate
not need to
question.
be an audit.
Separate questions, maybe?
Replicate.
Because we have different requirements if
Yeah,
you
maybe
finish a
just-
GED than if you graduate from high school.
Maybe just remove the audit.
Codes for GED completers. that the
So if it's
coordinating boards would-
conflicting, we can deal with it.
I think an issue is that applicants are not reading the if you did not graduate from high school piece. So if we could take that off and say, do you have a GED? And then we could change the audit so that that we, do make them enter the graduation date if they say no, but not if they say yes.
Although, yeah, we can mess with this. I think it would be small once we decide what's the best way to do it, because it's adding audits or adding text or moving questions around. We also have to make sure we make room for the people who did not graduate from high school and do not have a GED, that we don't stop them because they can still apply to college, right? I didn't realize people could take the GED even after graduating from high school with a diploma.
If you flip-flop those questions and leave that audit on there, would that address that issue?
Not if, I don't know.
Because you
Oh, you mean put
still
the
want
GED
that?
question first?
I think Rebecca's idea, if you take off, if you did not answer, if you did not graduate from high school, that will help. do you have a GED?
I think we can take a look at this. We might want to, since it's a relatively small, we can probably deal with it at the next meeting. We're going to want to be really clear on what you want. You know, there's different, here are the scenarios. You know, someone without a GED didn't graduate, someone who did graduate, if they answer the GED question this way, how do you want us to handle it? But we can, so I'd say that's small, but maybe we can come back with different ways we could approach it and see which one's the best one for you all. On 16, I think this might be an older request because I believe they can do this now. Team, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the 2-year schools can now break down the major sections. And I think that Odessa does this now, as well as another college already does this. I think Sarah said something about that she helped some people do that before.
Yeah, that apparently was based on a discussion with Sarah at the Speedy meeting this summer. And so if it's already been taken care of or whatever, we can take it off.
I'll need to, I have.
This is dividing the, I believe this is what we're currently doing, and I know some other institutions are using it, either allowing the students to select their degree or certificate, and then based on what they select there is what the next screen, they get their list of majors. I've also seen where some have the university and, university transfer degrees and then any workforce education, so that way their majors are divided up that way differently. I believe this is already.
So you think it's already done?
Yes.
Yeah.
The only thing that I feel would be nice is if we could add text in that section, because right now it says, what is your first choice school? It's not really clear what that means to the student, since community colleges don't have schools. And we're using it we're basically taking a question, university question, and trying to tailor it and there's not really any good way to, or at least there's not a clear explanation allowed in that particular section.
So is program of study more appropriate?
Yes.
Would it always be more appropriate?
I would say for community
conditionally?
colleges it would be, because they're applying to a program.
Once we get verification that that's what you want, then and maybe we can just follow up on that. That's small, just probably just text. This next one was just a kind of a general one. There was a question just saying, could we find out what the 4-year schools can do in the administrative suite to see how many of those we might want in the 2-year? I'm not sure how we would just have to do that, and then we'd have to address which of those could be added if they wanted any added. I'm not sure who would make that decision.
I think, again, this came from a meeting the Speedy meeting, and I think they saw some things or heard some things from Sarah that they thought sounded really neat. And I think they would just like to know what can be done, and then they can maybe ask for some of that to be considered. And I would certainly expect that to come through this committee before anything would be done. But it's just letting them see what their options might be.
So we could see whether we can provide a listing of what the options are. I don't know how that would be formatted or how easy that would be, but it seems like we could probably come up with something like that, and then maybe get it to Melinda or
Are they that much different in between the two applications, the administrative suites?
I don't know off the top of my head. I guess it must have been thought that there were at least some things that
And it may be
they thought would be cool.
it may be something similar to what's offered on the international application. That may be part of, that we even learned today of what is available. That might be part of it. I think it's a good question to make sure that they're not that much different, because if it's a common app, they shouldn't be that much different. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to have I wouldn't think that they would be that much different, and that would become a training issue in using the suite, and even for administrators at the institutions and then also the high schools.
Tim, do you have a sense of size of?
Well, the first thing we'd do would just provide a list, and then it would completely depend on what it is they wanted us to add, so.
So that would be small, to provide the list?
Yes. Which is actually what the request is, right? Number 18.
I'm not sure this is asking for a change in Apply Texas app. I think what's going on here is that there seems to be a logical conflict between how students should answer these two questions, but from an education standpoint, they make sense. So a student who has dual credit or early high school credits, when they complete a freshman application, would indicate that they're a freshman with college hours. But then later on, when you get into residency stuff and they ask, were you enrolled in college last fall or spring? They need to say no, because they were enrolled in high school, but they were taking college hours. And so that's kind of the clarification that needs to be added there, I think, that might be relatively simple.
Why do they need to say no? I mean,
Well, this is, the idea, again, this is a residency question. I don't know if I can go into that much, but it was my understanding that the concept behind the question of did you attend college last fall or spring and were you classified as a resident has to do with continuous residency classification based on continuous enrollment. A person enrolled as a dual credit student may not even be answering residency questions. So it needs to be clarified that that you are now starting fresh as a freshman.
Yeah.
You're not a continuing student.
Yeah, I don't know how heavily institutions are relying on that question, but because the students don't know how to answer it. So we don't rely heavily on what they say, one way or the other, and we don't even recommend one answer over another.
Well, I think it may be worthwhile talking to our legal folk as to what might be an appropriate way to add clarification to that second question.
Okay.
It's number 20 on the freshman application. I mean, I see what they're saying. It is, because it serves two different purposes, but then it does have a logical conflict because of the way you have to answer it to serve the purpose.
So an explanation or a clarification might clear that up.
Right.
And with that, adding a comment or something would be trivial.
Right.
Okay.
If we're just talking about text, sure. Number 19, this actually, I sent this in, but it's actually wrong. It's not the community volunteer page, it's the extracurricular, a section in the extracurricular where we just have a text field for a year, and there are other places in the app where we have pull downs, and we just want to add the pull down there. I would say that would be a small project. it's too easy, any text field, it's too easy to enter bad data. That would just be adding some consistency, and that would be small.
Can that not be pulled from the profile? Date of birth?
I'm not sure. Oh, it's not birth year, what is it? It's a service year, yeah, sorry.
It's what?
Yeah, it's not birth year, it's the service year for the extracurricular activities.
Here, they provided the service.
Yeah, sorry.
And is that small, medium,
Yes.
large?
20 is, we have this survey, which we're finding to be very useful and very helpful. We asked, I think I presented it last time, we asked them which app type they had and what kind of comments that they have to support what they liked about the app, what they didn't like about the app, and then anything else they want to say, and then just a basic rating. We got a lot of good comments from that. I look mostly for what would they like to have improved and to look for trends. With Pooja's help, we added a question that basically says, of the following sections of the app, which were the ones that were the most trouble for you. And so that's very useful, and that's where I discovered that the extracurricular activities section is, for about 50% of the people, that's the most difficult section on the app. We would like to add the option for the person filling out the survey to give us name and email if they care to. We didn't do that to begin with. I just didn't want to push people away. I wanted to make it as anonymous as possible. Didn't even ask them where they were applying or anything. But we wanted to make sure that that was okay with you. This would allow us to follow up so that when someone says, the extracurricular activity was by far the worst one, then we can follow up and say, well, what about it? If you don't mind telling us what about it was difficult for you, and we can get more specific information, which I think would be really useful. And this is common in surveys from applications as well.
Size of project?
Oh, small. I could have that done on the way home if I can connect from my iPhone. 21 was just a matter of, I like to bring back things from previous years when possible and see how they're working. I know so this is not about changing the counting of words in the essays. It's more about, are you happy with the suggestion of, is it 350, 500 or 350, 500? And also a suggestion that you not go above 650? 650. So there might occasionally, I didn't know how y'all were feeling about that. It was discussed here, but it kind of seemed like y'all were just kind of trying to find some numbers that worked. And I don't know, now that you're dealing with the apps coming in, are you happy with those numbers? That's a trivial change on our end to simply change the 350 to 450 or the 650 suggestion to 700. How are you feeling about that? I know that Mike has something to say.
Yeah, we've gotten feedback from it from around the state, and a lot of counselors and applicants and parents. The issue seems to be around what constitutes a page or two pages of words. And it varies depending upon whether you're talking about single spacing or double spacing and all of that. Right now, it suggests 350 to 500 as being what Applied Texas recommends, which kind of speaks for all of us instead of individually institutions. For us, the 350 may be a bit low. If you look at it in a single space, from what we found and just Googling it and just looking on the internet and trying to see what would be equivalent to what, it says somewhat that 250 words generally reflects about a half a page is what they say, and 500 would be one single spaced would be one page, and you can double those if you're going to double space. So for us, the 350 would give us about a little bit over half a page, and we think that's not enough in many cases to have as a lower limit, that we were looking for a page to a page and a half. And if it's a deal where we can get somewhere in that range, we'll be more comfortable. And it's because we want consistency with what we tell the applicants and the parents and what we've told the counselors around the state, is that when they asked about it, we're kind of silent about it on the on the website, but in terms of if we're asked about it, we're looking for a page to a page and a half in terms of.
Do you not indicate double-spaced or
We don't,
single-spaced?
no, we've never gotten to that level of detail in terms of the length, because we didn't want to focus on the length. Really, the content is more important than the length, but it's a deal where if we are going to make reference to it, and I think this brought it to light in terms of saying how people identified what constituted a page or page and a half. And if we're going to do that, I think we'd rather err on the side of roughly maybe in the range of, if 500 is a one page, then we want to, if single space, then we want to look somewhere in the 500 range. Now, I know there's also concern about the top end, and we don't want to go beyond 2 pages, for sure. Page to page and a half is really what we're shooting for, and whatever would constitute that in terms of a count, we would hope would be in the range that we're looking for in terms of recommending to students, just for consistency's sake.
So is it more 500 to 650 instead of it being 350 to 500 with 650 being the max?
Yes.
So you would do a 500 to 650 is your guideline, and then
Guideline.
your max would be
Well,
800?
I think the max is already represented on the page where we talk about this 120 lines of 80 characters. We mentioned that first.
Yeah, I think
And
the
then-
suggested max on here was 650.
650.
But if 500's a page and you want a page to a page and a half, then you're actually looking at somewhere between 500 and 750 is
Yeah,
actually a page and a
We
half.
probably say 750 max.
You do 750 max?
Yeah,
we just
said 5 to 650.
We just said 5, yeah. We could either say 5 to 750 and don't suggest a max, or just, because if you say 5 to 750, 750 is implied as the max, right? Or you could say suggested 5 to 650 and not going with a max of 750, however you want to do
I
it.
think either way would be fine. I think the most important is the minimum side. We don't want to put students at a disadvantage, particularly in some of the competitive programs. If they take us by our lower limit, what we say in terms of the 350, that may put them at a competitive disadvantage in some of these programs. That's what we're hearing from counselors and students around the state. So we just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and that what we're saying, if we say a page and a half, is consistent with what we're representing here as a page and a half in terms of a word count. It only comes to play when you're talking about the word count being, comes in the deal, but other than that, it's.
So based on Google, then it'd be 500 to 750 is a page to a page and a half.
Right.
Because if 250 is about a half a page?
Yeah.
Or did you say 350?
Yeah, well, 250 is about half a page, and
Yeah.
350 was just giving us a little bit more than a half a page, so we were just saying, well, if that didn't make a difference for other people. I think the top end is really a concern, too. I mean, we don't want them to go over,
Right.
but.
I like what Tim said, if you give them that range, they're going to stick in that range.
Yeah,
Reality right now is they can't go.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
could.
Yeah,
we
they
let them
can.
go
I
over.
think we left them open.
It's open, we don't cut them off at
Right.
650. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And we
don't cut 'em
wouldn't
off.
probably, and we wouldn't cut them off at 750 either. We can probably handle about 1,000 before we have a problem storing that much.
Yeah,
But if we just said
Okay.
500 to 750,
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a page to a page and a half.
Yeah, page and a half, that's all we're
and
saying.
that's okay, 500 isn't more than some people want.
Okay.
Okay, that's small. This next one is just kind of an investigation because of the fact that the survey is showing us that so many students say it's the hardest section. It doesn't mean that can't do it or whatever, but if you ask them, they say that's by far. Now, and maybe it's just because there's so much stuff in there, but if you want all that stuff, I don't know if there's a way to simply format it so that it isn't at least experienced as being so difficult, or whether if you really want all that information still.
Well, what I would have to say is if you're going to make changes to that section or those sections, we would need to know early, because a lot of our review process is based on that format. And I know that our scholarship office They have automated processes to evaluate that, so they would have to change all of their automation, and so we would just have to know early. I sent a question to those people to ask them if they have any recommendations. I mean, it's certainly something to consider, but we do use it, so.
One of the suggestions, and I'm not recommending it necessarily, but would be some pull downs for typical activities instead of having them write in text. I don't know if that's useful or not, so that you end up with some categories of activities. Someone would have to help us come up with that, but I know that I've seen that elsewhere on apps where they say, certain activities or types of awards or whatever, positions in organizations, and it'll give you a list of 5 or 10 to choose from.
Would you leave them room for free form?
We probably, yeah.
There's going to be some that just won't match.
Other or something,
Regardless of what we come up with, they won't.
That's true, that's always the case.
Yeah, there'll be some people in.
This is not on there, and I know we've talked about it before, but I don't remember. I think I know why. So the question we get the most from the extracurricular activities, besides the fact that it is so tedious, is, can I just send you a resume instead? And I even see that there's a question here about a resume attached. But we still can't attach documents through Applied Texas, right? They have to send them separately. So it's really not attached because it can't be attached. It'd have to come in separately. So my question is, again, and like I said, I don't remember, I'm pretty sure I remember why, but have we thought about or have we investigated recently what it would take to be able to upload documents through Applied Texas?
We have not investigated recently. It would be a really big deal because, yeah, we at this point have not set up the storage and delivery service for that kind of thing. There'd be either some delivery or a central database that would hold that, and then people could come and download it. I think that's what the Common App does, and it would be costly,
right,
and a major.
I think, and I know at this point, I know it's huge, and I remember it being a really big discussion in the price and the data storage. I do think that we need to consider that moving forward. I would say that to streamline this process for students to be able to upload that information onto the application and not have to do the extracurricular piece. Now, it would mess up all the things you're talking about where they've programmed it in. But I'm looking through here, and I will tell you, when I fill out test applications, I skip this section because it's terrible. It just takes too much. But anyway, to be able to streamline that, the universities I've talked to that start looking at other applications or build their own applications, many of them are looking at ways of uploading documents as part of their application process because they say they can't get it through Applied Texas. So, let's see. So it's just something that, and see, that's the thing, it's a workaround. So, you have to have a workaround, but if we could look at that, not for this year, but I think it is something we need to talk about if we really want to serve students. It would be a good service to students. In the meantime, what I would say about this section, for those that are really using this section, is, and we may not have time to really fix it for this year because we'd have to know by December, but in the areas like at A&M that are actually using this and have programmed it in, have they really programmed in every single one of these questions to be reviewed? Because it wants to know what's your organization, what's your position, were you elected, what level are you, it's so many questions. And then what years? But, there are certain things that you like to know. Yes, I was this, I was elected and I did it for 3 years. So but it's not every single piece of this. But anyway, that's something we could look at for those that do use it and try to get some information maybe at TACRO for those others that are using it to say, these are the questions that actually make a difference to us, and that might help us streamline this part for students.
Did you say that the section indicated resume attached?
No, there's a question. Yeah, there's a question. Yeah, there's a question. It says resume attached, but it can't be attached
Should
because.
we remove that question? Or change it to submit one to your institution or something like that?
And maybe that's why we're getting the questions. Yeah, maybe that's why we're getting the questions about, can I just send a resume?
Not adding value.
No, not if, yeah, if you.
Yes or no, whether they say yes, they're sending a resume. Value to us.
Can we remove that question then?
Sure. I mean, I don't know why we say that, if that's what we say.
Yeah. At least it's on this one. Now, this is, Jane, the one that you made a copy of, so,
Okay, and that should be the current freshman app.
okay. Then, yeah, it says you may also attach a resume, and it says resume attached, yes or no.
Well, that has a paper
I think
app.
that's
Oh,
the
this is
paper.
this is the paper one, though. Yeah, I'll say,
I don't think the
I
apps
didn't
is-
remember it being in there, but I saw it on here, and I was like, well,
Yeah.
Well, and that raises a question, should we remove it from the paper app if you don't want that submitted to you with the paper app? I don't know if anyone's using the paper app.
upload it anyway. But no one's only using the paper app, I don't know.
I didn't even know. Paper ought to be consistent with
Oh, that's true.
Okay.
mine. I mean, there's
No, that's true.
reason.
Okay, well, we can remove that
From
for
the
the next
paper.
round, yeah, yeah.
And then the last one was just something that came up last year, and so it just was it's just on there because it came up last year, but was not prioritized. Someone had asked whether we could make the test scores optional, which I think it's not a simple matter of just taking them out because they're not a separate kind of module, extractable module within the app. But in the interest of trying to simplify for students, again, remembering that if you make it optional for the schools to decide whether they want it, then obviously it doesn't copy. And I don't remember it. There was some support for it from the people who wanted it, but it didn't get prioritized last year, but I thought it would come up again. So I don't know if y'all want to do it. It wouldn't be, it would be a medium project.
Medium?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For Sam Houston, because it's self-reported, we do not use it, not even for prelim stuff. So we would use the optional if it were there. We would opt out of it.
It asks when you take it, but it did ask for the actual test scores? No. I was like, I was saying I didn't think it asked for the actual test scores.
No, it doesn't. It just asks for, the grad app does, I think, but the undergrad app, I believe, just says,
Have you taken it?
yeah, it may ask for a date.
Yeah, it asked for a date.
Okay, so there should be,
So it's not, I think it's not asking for scores.
so make test dates?
The test page, essentially.
Test page. So if you don't require tests, then you don't really care when they're taking it.
Okay.
This is Melissa. I can't imagine anyone using that for admission purposes.
Yeah,
Because all it does is ask, have you taken the test and what date?
I'll say the only time that we've used that particular piece is in our review process. If we see a student is going to take a future test, we will sometimes send a letter that says, we see that you're going to be taking the ACT next month. Please send us your scores and we'll finalize your review.
Oh, you have it triggered off of that question off of Apply Texas?
And then the students will contact us and say,
in that case, the question really isn't worded correctly because it says, have you taken it, I believe, doesn't it?
Yes. Have you
Is it planned to take?
It
They
says, or-
taken or plan to take.
it does say our plan to, because I
Okay.
know we see some future
Okay.
ones in there.
Okay, I got you.
So that's the only way we use it is when we're doing review.
Yeah, if you, it says ACT, SAT, TOEFL, and then IELTS, and if you click on taken, then it asks you what the date was. If you don't click on taken, then you don't. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Either, if you click on it either way, it says date taken or plan to
Or
take.
plan to take.
I don't know, do they know when they plan to take? Can they answer that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, if they signed up for it.
If they've already signed up for it, or if they have in their mind they're going to. Because you can ask a student when they're going to take the ACT. I had that conversation last night with someone. They're like, oh, I'm taking the SAT, I think, November, and I'm taking the ACT in December. I mean, she rattled off the months when she's taking them. And so that's what they would put
So
in
they
there.
already know. Okay.
And when we've used that for review previously, if a student says, I'm not taking it, they'll contact us back and say, oh, I know I put that on there, but I'm not going to take it.
I think it's useful information.
But should it be optional for the school to have
Sure.
that page in there?
Yeah, I think optional doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I would think.
And Tim, you said that would be a medium
Yeah.
effort. I'm sorry, for number 22, did you give a level of difficulty?
Just looking into
I
it,
don't,
wasn't it?
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
we're
we
just-
know enough about it yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we have to have, there's going to be some time spent on this, looking into what's used and,
Well, would it make sense to maybe think of this in terms of, if you're adding the name and email address for your surveys, then the people who are indicating that this is the hardest
Right.
part, you will now be able to follow up, and so that would be your approach to getting some sense of that?
Yes.
So does that put a context of difficulty on there?
Right. It's small to do the investigation, and then we would have to come back and see what, and give the results of an investigation, and then we could come back and say, okay, here's what we find. What do you want to do anything, and if so, what? One thing, back on 15, I think we just decided, well, we decided we were going to come back with that, didn't we? With some ideas, okay? So
we're going to
that-
get more clarity from Michelle.
Yes. That's a large project, I think, that they're.
And Michelle said that's large.
That's right. So, reviewing from this list, the custom questions and the address deliverability are the large, are the ones that we listed as large.
1 and 6?
1 and 6, I'm sorry.
In July, when we forced you to, and 12.
Right, yeah, that's right. We have medium, sorry, I wrote down the description instead of the numbers. Number 12, number 23, and number 10. Essay deadlines, opening July 1st, and making the test scores optional.
Okay, I had seen 12 as being large. Is that?
It was,
I was under duress.
yeah, I was forced into that.
So medium to large.
Medium to large, yes, that's fine.
And number 3 and number 9 are done.
Yes,
And number 8 was removed.
Oh, and 8, and yes, 8 is deleted.
and 16,
And 16 is deleted.
right. And the rest of them are small.
Yes. That matches.
There was an aspect of number 16 to pursue, and that's changing the wording from using colleges and schools to using program of
Right,
study. So
and that's small.
That's not being deleted, it is, there is
Oh, okay.
some
You're right,
follow-up.
you're right. Okay.
So it becomes small.
And a couple of these are going to be followed up. 18, you're going to take that. That probably is just a clarifying text. There are a couple of others, including the one we just talked about, the extracurricular volunteer that could turn into a project
Right.
that could be small to medium, depending on what it is you want. And then it seemed like there was one other one that sharing the list of administrative options. Sharing is small. If you want change in functionality, that could be large to medium to large, or small, just depending on what it is actually that they want. But if you want to just say, if you want to just operate the sharing is all we're going to do this cycle, then that's small in terms of priorities. And then we just have to see, we can always open the possibility based on how other things go. You know, last year, I think every year we have a list that's kind of, you know, do if possible, but it's not a high priority to get done this cycle.
One of the things that would be good to know as we're moving forward, of the small items that we just talked about, the things that tend to look like they're fairly easy, if we could get a consensus or at least a sense from the committee of what of those we feel like should be a priority, so we can start looking into those changes. I know one of them we talked about as we were going through, and that was number 2, which was considered small, and it was matching up the scholarship questions on parental income with the change we made for the application this past year. Does the committee have other small items that they are seeing already as we've gone through them today that we feel like would be a priority to consider for the next cycle that we'd like to go ahead and start the review?
I'm sorry, number 5?
Should you go over the numbers again of the smalls?
So,
We got 2.
2, which we said that we agreed, so that was 1.
Okay.
4 was also considered a small.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
And I think that was it on that one.
11?
Oh, 11, yes,
11.
the opening time. Then 13,
Okay.
14.
It's really 13 through
The rest of the page.
22.
Is it all the rest after that?
Yeah, I said 15 was Michelle's large.
Yes. Michelle's clarity.
Okay.
23 is, yeah.
23
You
is
said
the
22? You said 13 through 22?
She said through
Yeah.
22.
23 is a medium.
Yeah, with 15, at this point, we're not ready to necessarily make that change because we need some more direction on that one.
Right.
And we need the follow-up on 18, so we don't know yet what that one's going to be.
Yeah.
And understanding that 17 and 22 are just assessments, essentially,
Right.
as small projects.
Okay.
So we said to look at the parental income matching. If you go back to, on page 1, number 2 is considered a small. We've asked for that one to be looked at.
Wait, number 2, remove the questions?
No,
Oh, sorry.
number 5.
I'm sorry, no, not number 2, number 5, thank y'all.
Number 5.
Matching the parents, consistency, the one that's consistency, that's the one we said to go ahead and look at, thank you.
That'd be a priority one?
That was one we've asked them already to consider, so that's one that we thought was a good change to make. So that would be a priority to go ahead and review.
Go ahead and do it, okay.
What else do you all say? I think the time change, because we discussed that at length at the last meeting, changing the open time to 8 a.m. I think we should put that forward for review at this point as a priority. That's number 11.
11.
What else we have?
I think 4 also, like 5, was for consistency, and it's also really small to just add something to a pull down.
What is priority?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So for review, so we've added 4 to that priority for review. Yep, 4, 5, and 11 so far.
7's not.
7. Well, 7 you said was ongoing, Tim. That was
That's
where
just
you're.
ongoing. We'll, as we find things we would like to change, we'll just let you know.
Okay, so I think
We haven't really addressed it
continue
much right
that
now.
review.
Yeah.
And then, so that's.
It would not be a priority?
It is because they would, anything that they find that they want to
They
change.
want to go ahead and change it right now.
It isn't necessary, yeah.
Just to add to this
Yeah.
list.
It doesn't, at this point, take much resource, take our resources.
All right.
Because we haven't been,
I think 14 should be on there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, we
I think
got that.
14. So we've added that one for review now. 15,
No,
we need clarity from
you're-
you for 15.
You're working on that.
Yeah, that's what we'll work on, is the clarity.
Oh, yes, okay, so we're gonna put clarity as a priority.
I'm sorry, you're saying 15 is a priority?
No, no, we still need some more direction on 15.
Okay.
But 16, that change of wording to what would be more appropriate for community colleges?
All right.
yeah.
Says-
If it's just a change of wording, yes.
It's, right, so if we,
Yeah.
we add 16, the wording change piece of 16 to the priority for review. Got follow-up on 17, follow-up 18.
My only follow-up on 16 is, Melinda, Nicole, are you guys giving the verbiage for what you want that to be called on the 2-year application, or do you want to pull the rest of the 2-year institutions?
We could pull the,
So that really, yes, we want to do it, but we don't have the wording for
Right,
them to do
right.
it now.
Right.
yeah, knowing that the functionality's there to be able to make the change, because I think this was discussed, but I don't, the fact that the option's there for 2-year, but there wasn't really any movement on actually being able to change the wording.
Ooh, I am so sorry. I just killed the microphone.
Okay, so 16, it has more work to be done. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess 16 would not go for review yet. We need to hold that till we know the wording. So 16, we know we're interested in, but we still need more clarity on that one. On, I'm going to skip to 20. That was adding the email to the surveys. It seems like that would be something we could go ahead and put forward.
Yep,
21.
And 21, yeah,
Just an edit, isn't it?
right.
the edit for the change. And then 19, you said it was small, but I don't know that we know exactly what we want to do there.
It's a pull down.
It's a pull down, okay,
It's
so,
a
Instead of
pull
text,
down,
yeah,
yeah.
change it.
And
So
it's not a text edit, but it's a small programming.
do we agree with that one being something we want to prioritize? Okay, so I have
I'm sorry, that was 19?
19. So I now show that 4, 5, 11, 14, 19, 20, and 21. We would like to put those forward for review for potential work. And what Jane will do is run these through for us to go ahead and say that the committee has prioritized these and would like them to go ahead and be started now, as you have time.
Be done by December?
And yes, and we could write done on all of them by December.
Did you say 7? I'm sorry.
Could you go over those numbers one more time?
I did not say 7.
Not-
4,
seven's
4,
not it.
5, 11, 14, 19, 20, 21.
Yes.
So we didn't, what about, did we look at 17 and 18? Oh, those are sharing and clarifying.
Yeah, they need clarification and sharing.
Okay, and on 18, then, it just looks like, yeah, just some clarification. Who's gonna follow up on that?
I'm going to,
Okay, Jane is, okay.
So then, from the committee today, Jane will put those forward. And then, once the review is finalized, the Apply Texas team can start working on them. We'll go ahead and get some small ones, we hope, out of the way.
are we still accepting additional suggestions for consideration at our next meeting?
We need to probably know the deadline that you need, so that, because we know that there's a few that I sent you from the listserv, and so they'll be added for the next time. but also then to say, what is the deadline? We need to let people know. We can let them know at TACRO. This is the deadline. We need to have these so they can be vetted and then presented in our format for the next meeting, because the next meeting is our last opportunity to approve priorities from the committee.
The next meeting is December 5.
4th. 5th.
Monday.
Yeah, it's Monday.
And
Just a heads up, it's Candace's birthday.
That's right.
I hate to do that. I would guess 3 weeks. We've got Thanksgiving vacation, we've got things coming in here. Let me take a look, about 2.5 to 3 weeks before that.
Look and see if that's right after TACRO. Maybe we could say after TACRO.
I do think you need to give at least a little bit of time after TACRO. I mean, maybe 7 days.
That's Christine saying.
Okay, what we're talking about is that we need to get them in
Because it's late.
the format that we want it reviewed, we want it prepared to come to this committee.
I think
Can we
because
say
TACRO
November
is later this
23rd?
week, or this year, if we give them a week, we hit Thanksgiving. So I think it's going to probably be the Monday after TACRO, if we can have until the Monday after TACRO, because we end on Wednesday. That gives them Thursday and Friday to get their heads around it. Once they get back and go back to work, they forget anyway.
Well,
Can we say the 22nd?
Then we'll just have to be
Isn't that the week
diligent.
of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we'll have to be diligent about when we're talking to them and we get the, the proposal,
Well, 14th.
do we write down their contact
I'm saying
information
we can't go too far into Thanksgiving.
and
That's
just
what
jot
I'm
it
saying.
down? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess just walk around with a notebook and just, get them there. And then we can bring it forward.
Yeah, what we can hope to do, I would think, is have a template for them to use to submit one. So if we gave you that and you could print off some copies and they could complete it.
Are we gonna? Okay.
that
Hand them
help?
out like.
I mean, could we check with LAC and see if they have an information booth, have them there, and then also have them, if there's a Apply Texas session, have them there? I mean,
And then
making
take them to
form?
Hot Topics.
Who's making the template?
Yeah, and we could put it on the TACRO website if they'd let
Yeah.
us. I mean, I can upload it here.
I'll say, you have contacts, I think. You have connections.
Connections.
I think we have the vast majority of a
Template.
template in this.
Okay.
And I think I'd add the column for Tim to indicate level of difficulty. And I don't know if we need the last column or not about number of people.
I don't
think so.
And it may be something that if we have the information in-house, it would be good to know. Because if this is a major thing to do and it's impacting a small population, it may not make sense for us to do it. So
Right.
that was the reason why having that there was suggested. But the people who are making the suggestions would not have a way of identifying how many other schools or people might be impacted. So let's make that one optional. But we want to add Tim's column. Is there anything else that needs to be added? For making okay, the points of discussion, maybe that can be more specific, like.
Details of
problem-
proposal?
Pardon?
Details of proposal?
Well, can we say, problem being solved, cost of not doing, are there sub?
I would steer away from problem, using the
Okay,
word
issue
problem.
being addressed, or,
Yeah,
Reason for request.
yeah, request, yeah.
Okay, how about if I send you a copy of a work request form that we use, and you can take what you want from it, but it's pretty simple, and it basically has the requester, the date of request, you could put the university and their phone or email, and then it says a brief description of the request, what it is, and you can give more information, then reason for request, and then it has space for approvals if you have certain levels of approval. And you can even say, you could put in there apps affected or apps impacted, and the time, you know, and then have the person who's making the request. But I'll just forward you an email I have that's
Thank you.
got a sample one that you could probably key off of.
Okay, that'd be fine.
I think will be helpful to you.
I'll be glad to throw something together and pass it. Do you want to come to the co-chairs, or do you want the whole committee to take a look at it? What works for you? Are you okay with the co-chairs approving it?
Oh, yeah. Well,
Sure.
I'm easy.
Okay. Okay.
I edit better than I create. So.
Yeah, and I'll send you the TCC request form. So between the two of them, if you just piecemeal it together, I guess
Yeah.
we'll get what we need.
And
Okay.
Neither one of those has online.
have everything compiled by the 22nd.
Ours
TCC's
is.
Is it online?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
The fillable form.
That's a lot better than
The
having to,
fillable.
having to take it off
yeah.
of the form.
Okay.
First or 22nd. You're going to get these the week of Thanksgiving.
And I'll be out of town at that time. But I can get help and maybe logging them in and see what we can do.
Okay.
Yep, that's all we can do.
We'll do it. That's right.
Okay.
So I think that was our last agenda item. So just to wrap up kind of where we,
Tim has a question.
Tim has a question.
We didn't deal with the larger medium projects.
Large and medium. We're going to hold those.
Hold them all. Okay.
We're going to hold large and medium.
What?
We're going to hold large and medium until we see the final list of what we have. Because
Oh,
if you were to
okay.
receive another large, we don't want to have already put forward a large and then realize, oh, no, we really need this other piece.
Okay.
Because it might waste your time working on something that we change our minds,
Okay.
if that's okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah, obviously you take into consideration later start means,
Right.
has
Less opportunity.
implications.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Less opportunity to get them through. We're going to try to keep you busy with these little small ones until you tell us you've got them done by Monday.
But I would never tell you that.
Okay.
Never admit that.
Then what we won't know won't hurt us. So we just talked about what we're going to do to collect more items with TACRO coming up. We'll have the template that will come out. Thanks for Michelle putting that together for us and getting it out, getting us a template format, some ideas. Dual credit and international, we're going to follow up at TACRO and bring back the suggestions because we'll need to have those in for December for consideration for changes. The poll, we completed, yay. And Jane has it now for review, and then we'll send that to Tim and the team in order to send the poll out. We're going to have to follow up with TACRO and TEC about what would happen if we change and if it really will affect their contracts. So we still have a follow-up piece on that. Took a pause on the work groups because Jarell and Jane are going to work on some proposals to bring back to us at the December meeting, and then we just went over the priority list, and next time we'll review some more, and we'll have to select our large and medium items and any additional small items at that point. So is there anything else that we need for follow-up?
Wow, you take good notes.
So it's all in here today. It's all in here today. In your green book. And in my green book.
Okay, our next meeting is December the 5th.
December 5th.
Here, starting at 9 o'clock. I think that pretty well covers things. But we
Okay.
need a motion for.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
Do we need it? All those in favor? There you go. I think we're fine. Okay, we're adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks going home. Thanks, guys, for
Bye.
coming in.